Good day, lovely viewers. Welcome to Ben 10 What If. We have an exciting story lined up for you today. What if Omnitrix had Cybertronian DNA? Your engagement means the world to us. Like, comment, and subscribe to help us grow and bring you more amazing content. Without wasting any time, let's start. Chapter 1, Discovery. The summer sun beat down on Alex Mitchell's back as he trudged up the forest trail, sweat beading on his forehead. His backpack felt twice as heavy as when he'd started, and his best friend Miko had disappeared up ahead, practically skipping up the mountain like it was nothing. Yo, Alex. Hurry up or we'll miss the meteor shower. Miko called back, her purple-streaked black hair bouncing as she jogged in place. Not all of us spent the winter on the track team, Alex shouted back, adjusting his glasses with one sweaty hand. Some of us were building robots, remember? Which is exactly why you need this camping trip, Miko grinned, bounding back down the path to walk alongside him. Fresh air, stars, no internet. Perfect detox for terminal computer nerds. Alex rolled his eyes but couldn't help smiling. At 16, he'd known Miko Nakamura since 3rd grade, when she'd punched Tommy Williams for making fun of Alex's science fair project. They'd been inseparable ever since, the tech geek and the conspiracy theory enthusiast taking on high school together. We're almost to the clearing, Miko said, pointing to where the trees thinned ahead. Perfect spot for meteor watching. The clearing opened up to a stunning view of the valley below. Pine trees stretched for miles, and beyond them, the lights of Silver Creek City twinkled in the distance. The sky above was already darkening, the first stars beginning to appear. Okay, this might be worth the hike, Alex admitted, dropping his backpack and stretching his arms overhead. His lanky frame cast a long shadow in the fading light. They set up camp efficiently, working in the comfortable silence of longtime friends. Alex assembled the tent while Miko gathered wood for a small fire. By the time darkness fully settled, they sat on logs around the crackling flames, roasting marshmallows and waiting for the meteor shower. You ever think about what's really out there? Miko asked, her face illuminated by the firelight as she gazed upward. Not just stars and planets, but like, civilizations. Beings watching us right now. Alex snorted. Here we go. Alien conspiracy theory number 647. Don't be a jerk, she said, punching his arm playfully. The government admitted those UAP sightings were real. Who's the conspiracy theorist now? Unidentified doesn't mean aliens, Alex countered, but his attention caught on a particularly bright streak across the sky. Whoa, that's a big one. The light grew brighter, seeming to head directly toward them. Alex? Miko's voice wavered. That doesn't look like a normal meteor. The object blazed through the atmosphere, its trajectory clearly bringing it toward their mountain. Alex jumped to his feet, grabbing Miko's arm. We should move, he said urgently, but before they could retreat, the object crashed into the forest less than a quarter-mile away. The ground shook beneath their feet, and birds erupted from nearby trees in panicked flight. Silence followed for 3 heartbeats. We have to check it out, Miko whispered, eyes wide with excitement. Are you crazy? That could be radioactive. Or the greatest discovery of our lives, Miko finished, already grabbing her flashlight. Come on, live a little, Mitchell. Against his better judgment, Alex found himself following Miko through the darkened forest. The crash site wasn't hard to find, a small trail of broken trees led them straight to a smoking crater about 15 feet across. Stay back, Alex cautioned, holding out his arm to stop Miko from getting closer. The smoke cleared enough to reveal not a rock, but what appeared to be a small metallic pod, its surface covered in strange symbols that seemed to shift and change as they watched. That's not a meteor, Alex whispered. No kidding, genius. Miko's flashlight beam danced across the pod's surface. Those markings look like some kind of language. Alex stepped closer, curiosity overcoming caution. The metal, it's not like anything I've seen before. The pod suddenly hissed, a seam appearing along its center. Alex stumbled backward as the top portion slid open, revealing a device inside. It looked vaguely like a watch, a circular dial with a strange symbol embedded in a wristband made of the same unusual metal. "Is that a watch?" Miko asked, peering over his shoulder. "I don't think so," Alex replied, leaning closer. "The craftsmanship is incredible." Before Miko could stop him, Alex reached out and touched the device. The moment his fingers made contact, the band suddenly sprang to life, wrapping around his wrist like a living thing. Alex yelped and tried to pull it off, but it sealed seamlessly. "Get it off," he shouted, panic rising in his voice. "Hold still." Miko grabbed his arm, trying to find a clasp or release mechanism, but the device seemed fused to his skin. The dial on the device began to glow blue, projecting strange symbols into the air above it. Alex froze, transfixed by the holographic display. "What's it doing?" Miko whispered. "I think it's scanning me." Alex watched as the blue light swept over his body. The symbols shifted, rearranging themselves before settling into a pattern. The dial clicked and rotated on its own, revealing a silhouette that looked vaguely humanoid but with sharp angles and mechanical features. "This is some serious sci-fi stuff," Miko breathed, filming everything with her phone. Alex touched the dial hesitantly, and it depressed under his finger with a satisfying click. A surge of energy exploded outward, enveloping him in blue light so bright that Miko had to shield her eyes. The transformation was instantaneous and overwhelming. Alex felt his body shifting, changing, metal replacing skin, circuits replacing nerves. He grew taller, stronger, his vision sharpening and expanding with new scanning capabilities. When the light faded, Alex stood nearly 9 feet tall, his body composed of yellow and black metal plating, with wheels integrated into his legs and shoulders. Miko stared up at him, mouth agape, phone still recording. "Holy. Freaking. Shit." Alex looked down at his hands, no longer hands but mechanical appendages with articulated metal fingers. "What happened to me?" His voice had a slight electronic undertone. "You turned into some kind of robot." Miko circled him, recording every detail. "This is insane. Can you transform? Like, into a car or something?" "How would I know?" Alex tried moving, surprised at how naturally the mechanical body responded to his thoughts. "I feel different. Stronger. And there's data streaming through my mind." He focused on the strange impulses running through his new form and suddenly understood. With a series of whirs and clicks, parts of his body began to shift and reconfigure. Miko jumped back as Alex transformed, his robot body folding and rearranging into a sleek, futuristic scout vehicle with the same yellow and black color scheme. "You're a transforming car." Miko shrieked, jumping up and down. "This is the coolest thing ever." Alex revved his engine, equally shocked and amazed. "This can't be real." His voice emerged from speakers somewhere in the vehicle. "Try driving," Miko suggested, practically vibrating with excitement. Cautiously, Alex rolled forward, quickly getting the hang of his new form. "This feels natural somehow. Like my body knows what to do." He accelerated through the clearing, weaving between trees with surprising agility. The sensation was exhilarating, power humming through his systems, scanners providing data about his surroundings, engine responding to his every thought. Alex circled back to Miko, transforming back to robot mode with more confidence. "This is incredible. I can detect heat signatures, analyze materials. I even have some kind of targeting system." "Try scanning that tree," Miko pointed. Alex focused on the pine tree, and information flooded his consciousness: height, composition, age, even the beetles living beneath its bark. "I can see everything," he marveled. "It's like having Google built into my brain." A sudden beeping from the device embedded in his chest interrupted their excitement. The blue light flickered, and Alex felt a strange draining sensation. "Something's happening," he warned just before another flash of light engulfed him. When it cleared, Alex was human again, stumbling slightly as he readjusted to his normal height. The device on his wrist glowed red instead of blue, and a countdown timer appeared on its face. "Looks like you've got a time limit," Miko observed, examining the device. "The watch is recharging or something." Alex slumped down on a fallen log, trying to process what had happened. "Miko, do you realize what this means? This device, it turned me into some kind of alien robot that can transform into a vehicle." "Yeah, and it's the coolest thing I've ever seen." Miko sat beside him, replaying the video on her phone. "Look at you. You were massive. But what is it? Where did it come from?" Alex stared at the device. "And why did it choose me?" "Maybe it didn't. Maybe you were just first to touch it," Miko suggested pragmatically. "The important question is, what are you going to do with it?" Alex frowned. "Do with it? Miko, I need to get this thing off and return it to whoever it belongs to." "Are you serious? This is literally the discovery of the century. Proof of alien technology. And it chose you. Which probably means whoever lost it will come looking for it," Alex countered. "What if they're dangerous?" A twig snapped in the darkness beyond the crater, and both teenagers froze. Alex slowly stood, positioning himself between Miko and the sound. "Hello," he called out, voice steadier than he felt. "Is someone there?" A beam of light cut through the darkness, followed by a man in hiking gear. He appeared to be in his 50s, with salt and pepper hair and wire-rimmed glasses that reflected the flashlight beam. "I saw something crash," the man said, his voice surprisingly calm. "I was camped about a mile east and, oh." His flashlight landed on the crater and the open pod. "I see you found it first." Alex instinctively covered the device on his wrist. "Who are you?" The man stepped forward, hands raised non-threateningly. "Professor Eli Monroe. I teach xenobiology at Westridge University." He gestured to the pod. "And unless I'm very much mistaken, that's not from around here." Miko stepped forward eagerly. "It's alien technology." It attached itself to Alex and turned him into a giant robot. "Miko!" Alex hissed. Professor Monroe's eyebrows shot up. "It did what now?" "Nothing," Alex said quickly. "She's joking." "No, I'm not. Look." Miko thrust her phone toward Monroe, showing the video of Alex's transformation. The professor's face went from skeptical to awestruck as he watched. "Incredible," he whispered. "May I?" He gestured to Alex's wrist. Alex hesitated, then cautiously extended his arm. Monroe examined the device without touching it, his eyes widening. "This appears to be a modified Omnitrix," he said finally. "A what?" Alex and Miko asked simultaneously. "An Omnitrix. It's a legendary device created by a brilliant alien scientist named Azimuth. It was designed to contain and catalog DNA samples from different species across the universe." Monroe adjusted his glasses. "But this one has been modified. The symbols aren't standard Galvan script." "Wait, how do you know all this?" Alex pulled his arm back. Monroe sighed. "Because I used to work for a government division that monitored extraterrestrial activity on Earth. We had files on the Omnitrix, though we never expected to actually find one." He glanced at the pod. "The original was supposed to contain DNA from thousands of species, but this one appears to be specialized. For robot aliens that turn into vehicles." Miko guessed. "Not robots. Cybertronians," Monroe corrected. "A mechanical species from a planet called Cybertron. Incredibly advanced, with the ability to transform their bodies into various forms. We've had limited contact with them over the years." Alex looked down at the device. "So this thing has Cybertronian DNA in it? And it lets me transform into them?" That appears to be the case, Monroe nodded. Though I've never heard of an Omnitrix specifically designed for Cybertronian DNA. It's unusual. The device on Alex's wrist suddenly beeped, the red glow shifting back to blue. It's recharged, he realized. May I see you transform? Monroe asked, his scientific curiosity evident. Alex hesitated, then nodded. He twisted the dial, cycling through several silhouettes until he found one that looked different from his previous form, bulkier, with what appeared to be tank treads. Here goes nothing, he muttered, pressing down on the dial. The blue light engulfed him again, and this time Alex was prepared for the sensation of his body reconfiguring. When the transformation completed, he stood even taller than before, his body green and heavily armored, with tank treads on his back and powerful cannon attachments on his arms. Fascinating. Monroe circled him, taking notes on his phone. This appears to be a heavy assault class Cybertronian. Note the reinforced plating and weapons systems. Alex flexed his massive arms, feeling the raw power in this new form. This is definitely different from the last one. I feel slower but stronger. Try transforming, Miko suggested eagerly. Alex focused, and his body shifted again, parts rearranging until he became a compact but powerful-looking tank. The cannon on his top rotated a full 360 degrees. This is wild, his voice boomed from the tank. I can feel the ammunition systems, the targeting software. I could probably blow up half the mountain if I wanted to. Please don't, Monroe said quickly. Cybertronian weapons are extremely powerful. One shot could alert authorities for miles around. Alex transformed back to robot mode, then crouched down to be closer to eye level with the humans. Professor, you seem to know a lot about this. Can you help me get it off? Monroe's expression turned serious. I'm afraid it's not that simple. The Omnitrix is designed to bond with its user's DNA. Forcing it off could have unpleasant consequences. So I'm stuck with it. Alex felt panic rising. For now, yes. But I might be able to help you understand it better. Monroe glanced around nervously. However, we should relocate. A crash like this will draw attention, and not all government agencies are as open-minded as my former department. As if on cue, the distant sound of helicopter rotors reached them. Too late, Miko whispered, pointing to lights appearing over the ridge. Monroe grabbed Alex's mechanical arm. You need to hide. Transform back to human form and get out of here. Meet me at Westridge University tomorrow, my office is in the exobiology building. What about the pod? Alex asked, looking at the alien craft. Leave it. It's just the delivery system. Monroe was already backing away. Go, now. Another flash of blue light, and Alex returned to human form just as the helicopter crested the ridge, its searchlight sweeping the forest. Run. Miko grabbed his hand, and they sprinted back toward their campsite. Behind them, Monroe disappeared into the trees in the opposite direction, leaving the empty pod behind. They reached their camp in record time, diving into their tent just as the helicopter spotlight swept over the clearing. They lay still, breathing hard, as the aircraft circled once before continuing its search pattern elsewhere. That was close, Alex whispered, his heart pounding. Miko nodded, then grabbed his wrist to examine the device. So, you're basically wearing alien tech that turns you into robot aliens from another planet. Cybertronians, Alex corrected automatically, then groaned. This is insane. What am I supposed to do now? Meet the professor tomorrow, obviously, Miko said, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. He knows stuff about your watch thingy. Omnitrix, Alex mumbled. He called it an Omnitrix. Whatever. The point is, we need answers, and he's got them. Miko flopped back on her sleeping bag. Besides, don't you want to find out what else this thing can do? How many different aliens are in there? Alex stared at the device, which now seemed to be in standby mode, its face displaying unfamiliar symbols. I guess we don't have much choice. Sleep didn't come easily that night. Alex kept dreaming of metal bodies and transformations, of helicopters and government agents hunting him down. When morning finally broke, he felt exhausted but wired, his mind racing with questions. They packed up camp quickly and hiked back to Miko's old Honda Civic parked at the trailhead. As they drove down the mountain towards Silver Creek, Alex noticed several black SUVs heading up, their windows tinted. "Government," Miko said, noticing his gaze. Monroe was right. "They're looking for whatever crashed." "Or whoever," Alex added, unconsciously touching the device on his wrist. Westridge University was about 30 minutes from the mountain, located on the outskirts of Silver Creek. The campus was relatively quiet on a Sunday, making it easy for them to find the exobiology building, a modern glass structure on the north side of campus. Professor Monroe's office was on the third floor. The door was unlocked when they arrived, and they found him inside, surrounded by books and papers, his desk covered in diagrams of what looked like alien technology. "Ah, you made it," Monroe said, looking up as they entered. "Close the door, please." Alex shut the door behind them while Miko immediately began examining the strange artifacts on Monroe's shelves. "So, about this Omnitrix," Alex began, holding up his wrist. "Yes, fascinating device," Monroe gestured for Alex to sit. "Based on what I observed last night, this appears to be a specialized variant, containing only Cybertronian DNA but with multiple subspecies and classifications. But why would someone make an Omnitrix just for Cybertronians?" Alex asked. "And why did it crash near us?" Monroe leaned back in his chair. "That's the real question, isn't it? The original Omnitrix was meant as a tool for understanding and preserving species. This one feels more targeted. Like a weapon." Miko suggested from across the room, where she was examining what appeared to be a fossilized alien skull. "Possibly," Monroe nodded. "Cybertronians are among the most powerful species known to us. They've been engaged in a civil war for millennia, Autobots, who believe in freedom and protecting weaker species, versus Decepticons, who believe in conquest and Cybertronian superiority." Alex looked down at the device. "So this thing could turn me into either faction?" "I would assume so. The DNA wouldn't differentiate between factions, that's a cultural and political division, not a biological one." A knock at the door startled all three of them. Monroe quickly threw a cloth over the diagrams on his desk. "Professor Monroe. Campus security. We need to speak with you." Monroe's expression tightened. "Hide," he whispered to Alex and Miko, pointing to a storage closet in the corner of his office. They slipped inside just as Monroe opened the main door. Through a crack, Alex could see not campus security, but two men in dark suits. "Professor Monroe. I'm Agent Wilson, this is Agent Chen. We're with a special division of Homeland Security." The man flashed a badge too quickly to read. "We're investigating an atmospheric anomaly that occurred near Crescent Mountain last night." "An anomaly?" Monroe's voice revealed nothing. "I'm afraid I don't know anything about that. I was working late here last night." "Really?" Agent Chen sounded skeptical. "Because park rangers reported your car at the Pinewood trailhead yesterday evening." "I do enjoy hiking," Monroe replied smoothly. "I went for a sunset hike, then returned to work." "Is hiking a crime now? Did you notice anything unusual during your hike? Lights in the sky, perhaps? Something crashing?" "I'm an astronomer by training. I always look at the sky. There was a meteor shower predicted for last night, which is partly why I went hiking, good visibility from the mountain." Inside the closet, Alex held his breath. The Omnitrix chose that moment to beep softly, and he quickly covered it with his other hand, heart racing. "What was that sound?" Agent Wilson asked sharply. "My watch alarm," Monroe said quickly, tapping his wristwatch. "Reminds me to take my medication. Now, gentlemen, unless you have a warrant, I have work to prepare for tomorrow's classes. The agents exchanged looks. We'll be in touch, Professor. If you remember anything else, here's my card. Agent Wilson placed something on the desk. And Professor? We know about your former employment. Your expertise would be appreciated in this matter. The door closed behind them, and Monroe waited a full minute before opening the closet. That was close. Alex stepped out, showing the now quiet Omnitrix. They're looking for this, aren't they? Not just the device, Monroe said grimly. They're looking for any alien technology or presence. My former agency wasn't the only one monitoring extraterrestrial activity, and some of the others are less ethical in their methods. What do we do now? Miko asked. Monroe studied the Omnitrix for a moment. You need to learn to control it. If government agencies are already involved, it's only a matter of time before the Cybertronians themselves detect its energy signature. Wait, you think actual Cybertronians will come looking for this? I'd be surprised if they weren't already on their way, Monroe said. An Omnitrix containing their species' DNA would be of immense interest to both Autobots and Decepticons. A thunderous boom outside shook the building, sending books tumbling from shelves. They rushed to the window to see a crater in the middle of the campus quad, and emerging from it, a sleek silver mechanical being with red eyes and sharp, angular features. That didn't take long, Monroe muttered. Decepticon Scout. The alien robot scanned the area, its gaze settling on the exobiology building. Students who had been lounging on the grass ran screaming as the mechanical being stalked forward. It must be tracking the Omnitrix, Monroe said. You need to transform and lead it away from campus before people get hurt. Transform. And fight that thing. Alex backed away from the window. Are you crazy? There's no time to debate this, Monroe insisted. That Decepticon will tear this building apart to find the Omnitrix, and it won't care who gets hurt in the process. Alex looked at Miko, who nodded encouragingly. You can do this, Alex. You've got alien superpowers now. Time to use them. Taking a deep breath, Alex activated the Omnitrix, cycling through until he found the scout form from last night. Here goes nothing, he muttered, and pressed down on the dial. The blue light enveloped him, and once again he became the yellow and black scout Cybertronian. This time, the transformation felt smoother, his consciousness integrating more naturally with the alien form. Whoa, Miko breathed, staring up at him. Still not used to that. Lead it away from populated areas, Monroe instructed. Try to avoid a fight if you can, you don't yet know how to fully utilize Cybertronian abilities. Alex nodded his massive head and moved to the window, which was thankfully large enough for his transformed state. Stay safe, he told them, then leaped from the third-floor window, landing with a heavy thud that cracked the concrete below. The Decepticon scout's head snapped toward him immediately, red eyes narrowing. The energy signature, it's coming from you, it said in a harsh, mechanical voice. What are you? You're not one of us. Alex stood tall, trying to project confidence he didn't feel. I'm just a guy who wants you off this campus. These are innocent people. The Decepticon laughed, a cold metallic sound. Innocent or not, they're irrelevant. The energy signature is what matters. It studied Alex closer. You carry the power of Cybertron, yet you're not Cybertronian. Explain yourself. Instead of answering, Alex transformed into his vehicle mode and sped away from the building, tires screeching. As he'd hoped, the Decepticon transformed as well, into a sleek silver sports car, and gave chase. Alex raced through campus, weaving between buildings and heading for the open fields beyond. His sensors detected the Decepticon gaining on him, its engine more powerful than his scout form. Come on, Alex muttered to himself, pushing his engine harder. Just a little further. They burst through the campus gates onto an access road that led toward the desert outside town. Once clear of buildings and people, Alex transformed back to robot mode, skidding to a halt and turning to face his pursuer. The Decepticon transformed as well, its body unfolding into a more menacing configuration than before, with what appeared to be weapons emerging from its arms. "Nowhere to run now," it snarled. "Hand over the device that gives you our power." "I don't think so," Alex replied, falling instinctively into a defensive stance. Information flowed through his systems, combat protocols, weak points, tactics. It was as if this body knew how to fight even if he didn't. The Decepticon lunged forward, faster than Alex anticipated. A metal fist connected with his chest, sending him sprawling backward. Warning signals flashed across his vision, minor damage to his chest plating. "You're no warrior," the Decepticon mocked. "You don't deserve our power." Alex climbed back to his feet. "Maybe not. But I'm a quick learner." He accessed the combat protocols flooding his system and launched himself forward, ducking under the Decepticon's next swing and landing a solid punch to its midsection. The hit connected with a satisfying crunch of metal, but the Decepticon recovered quickly, grabbing Alex's arm and flinging him against a nearby rock formation. The impact sent more warnings across his vision, moderate damage to his back plating. "I don't want to fight you," Alex said, rising again. "Just leave Earth alone." "The energy signature you carry is too valuable," the Decepticon replied, circling him. "Lord Starscream will reward me greatly for bringing it to him." Alex noticed his arm could reconfigure into what looked like an energy cannon. He focused on activating it, and his forearm transformed, the cannon glowing with building energy. The Decepticon's eyes widened. "You have weapon systems?" Impossible for a novice, Alex fired before the alien could finish, the energy blast catching the Decepticon in the shoulder and spinning it around. The shot wasn't precise, but it bought Alex time to check his systems. The Omnitrix symbol on his chest was flashing, warning of limited remaining transformation time. "Gotta end this quick," he muttered. The Decepticon recovered, its own weapon systems activating. "You'll pay for that." Before either could attack again, the sound of an engine roared from behind them. A yellow and black sports car similar to Alex's vehicle mode sped toward them, transforming mid-air into a Cybertronian that looked remarkably like Alex's current form, but with subtle differences. The newcomer landed between them, facing the Decepticon. It made a series of electronic beeps and whirs instead of speaking words. "Autobot scum," the Decepticon snarled. "This isn't your fight." The Autobot, Alex assumed that's what it was, responded with more beeps and aggressive gestures. Then, to Alex's surprise, it turned slightly and made a series of sounds in his direction, clearly communicating something. "I think he wants us to fight together," Alex realized. The Decepticon didn't wait for them to coordinate. It fired its weapon, forcing both Alex and the Autobot to dodge in opposite directions. The Autobot responded with impressive agility, closing distance and engaging the Decepticon in close combat. Alex watched for a moment, amazed at the skill and speed the real Cybertronian displayed. Then, shaking off his awe, he circled around to flank the Decepticon. Working together, they pushed the Decepticon back. The Autobot's fighting style was fluid and practiced, making Alex's attempt seem clumsy by comparison, but between the two of them, they kept the enemy off balance. With a particularly well-coordinated move, the Autobot knocked the Decepticon off its feet, allowing Alex to blast it with his energy cannon. The shot hit more accurately this time, disabling one of the Decepticon's weapon arms. "This isn't over," the Decepticon snarled, transforming quickly back to its vehicle mode. "Starscream will hear of this." It sped away, leaving a trail of dust. The Autobot watched it go, then turned to Alex, making more electronic sounds while gesturing at the Omnitrix symbol on Alex's chest. "I don't understand you," Alex said apologetically. The Autobot seemed frustrated, then pointed to itself, made a beeping sound, and pointed to Alex questioningly. "I think he's asking who or what you are," came Monroe's voice. Alex turned to see Monroe and Miko approaching in Miko's car, which looked comically small next to the giant robots. "Professor, you followed us?" Alex asked. Of course we did, Miko replied, jumping out of the car. No way, I was missing Robot Battle Royale. The Autobot studied them curiously, then focused again on the symbol on Alex's chest, which was now flashing more rapidly. I think I'm about to change back, Alex warned. It's okay, Monroe said, addressing the Autobot directly. He's human, with a device that allows him to transform into your kind. We believe it's a modified Omnitrix. The Autobot's eyes widened, and it made a series of excited sounds. I wish we could understand you, Monroe said. Are you Bumblebee, by any chance? The Autobot nodded vigorously, pointing to the yellow and black coloring of its body. I thought so. You're quite famous in certain Earth records, Monroe explained. An Autobot scout, if I recall correctly. Before the conversation could continue, the Omnitrix timed out. Blue light enveloped Alex, and he reverted to his human form, stumbling slightly at the sudden change in perspective. Bumblebee stared in amazement, crouching down to examine Alex more closely. He made a gentle, questioning sound. Yeah, that's the normal me, Alex said awkwardly. Hi. Bumblebee pointed to the Omnitrix, then made a series of urgent sounds. I think he's concerned about the device, Monroe translated. And rightfully so. If one Decepticon found us, others will follow. Especially if this Starscream is involved. Who's Starscream? Miko asked. Decepticon's second-in-command, according to our records. Ambitious, treacherous, and extremely dangerous, Monroe explained. If he's leading Decepticon forces on Earth, we're in serious trouble. Bumblebee nodded emphatically, then transformed into his vehicle mode and popped open a door, making an inviting sound. I think he wants us to go with him, Alex said. Probably to meet with other Autobots, Monroe agreed. They'll want to know about the Omnitrix. Alex hesitated. Can we trust him? The Autobots have historically been allies to humanity, Monroe said. And right now, with Decepticons hunting you and that device, I'd say he's our best option for protection and information. Bumblebee made an encouraging sound, revving his engine slightly. Road trip with a transforming alien robot? Miko grinned. Count me in. Alex looked at the Omnitrix, still recharging on his wrist, then at Bumblebee waiting patiently in vehicle mode. His life had completely changed in less than 24 hours. He was wearing alien technology, fighting in robot battles, and now apparently about to meet an entire faction of sentient mechanical beings. What about my parents? He asked suddenly. They think we're just camping. We're supposed to be back tonight. Text them, Miko suggested. Tell them we're staying an extra day. Mine won't care. And mine will totally believe that, Alex said sarcastically, but pulled out his phone anyway. After sending a quick message about extending their trip, he turned to Bumblebee. All right, let's go. But I want answers when we get wherever we're going. Bumblebee made what sounded like an affirmative beep. They climbed in, Alex and Miko in the front seats, Monroe in the back, and the door closed on its own. The interior was normal enough, though the dashboard had several unfamiliar components. This is officially the coolest thing that's ever happened to me, Miko declared as Bumblebee pulled away, driving on his own without anyone at the wheel. Alex watched the desert landscape pass by, the Omnitrix a constant weight on his wrist. I just hope we're not getting into something way over our heads. Oh, we definitely are, Monroe said from the back seat, his expression grim. The question is whether we'll survive it. As they drove, none of them noticed the silver drone following at a distance, recording everything and transmitting the data to both the retreating Decepticon and a black government SUV parked on the outskirts of town. Inside the SUV, Agent Wilson reviewed the footage with growing concern. Alert Director Kane, he told Agent Chen. Tell her we have confirmation of both Cybertronian presence and the alien device. And the professor is involved. What about the kids? Chen asked. Wilson's expression hardened. All targets of interest now. Track their phones, alert all units. We need that device before the Cybertronians get it, or before those kids figure out what they really have. As Bumblebee carried them deeper into the desert, Alex felt the weight of multiple eyes watching them, human, alien, and something in between. Whatever this Omnitrix was, whoever had sent it, one thing was becoming clear: his normal life was over. The Omnitrix beeped softly, shifting from red back to blue. Ready for the next transformation. Ready for whatever came next. He just hoped he would be ready too. Chapter 2, Escalation. Bumblebee drove for hours, taking them deep into the Nevada desert where rocky formations jutted from the earth like ancient sentinels. The sun had begun its descent, painting the landscape in oranges and reds, when Bumblebee finally slowed and turned onto a barely visible dirt road. "Where are we?" Alex asked, peering through the windshield. "Middle of nowhere," Miko answered, checking her phone. 0 bars. "We're officially off the grid." Professor Monroe leaned forward between the seats. "That's intentional. Cybertronians would choose remote locations to avoid human detection." Bumblebee beeped in what sounded like confirmation as they approached a massive rock formation. Just when it seemed they'd crash right into it, a section of stone slid aside, revealing a hidden entrance. Bumblebee accelerated into the darkness, the rock face closing seamlessly behind them. Lights activated automatically along a descending tunnel, illuminating a path that opened into a cavernous space that had been converted into some kind of base. Massive computer screens lined one wall, strange equipment filled workstations, and energon containers glowed blue in storage areas. Bumblebee rolled to a stop and popped his doors open. "I think we're here," Miko whispered unnecessarily, awe evident in her voice. As they climbed out, Bumblebee transformed back to his robot mode and made a series of beeps and whirs toward a shadowed corner of the base. Heavy footsteps echoed through the chamber as an enormous figure emerged. Standing nearly 30 feet tall, the red and blue Cybertronian's presence commanded immediate attention. A battle mask retracted, revealing a face that somehow conveyed both wisdom and strength. "I am Optimus Prime, leader of the Autobots," he said, his deep voice resonating throughout the chamber. "Bumblebee informs me you carry something of great importance." Alex swallowed hard, suddenly feeling very small. Yeah. This." He held up his wrist, showing the Omnitrix. Optimus knelt down to examine it more closely, his blue optics scanning the device. "A modified Omnitrix containing Cybertronian CNA. I never thought I would see such a device." "You know what it is?" Alex asked, surprised. "The Omnitrix is legendary even among our kind," Optimus explained. "Created by Azimuth of the Galvan, it was designed to preserve species throughout the universe. But this version appears specialized, containing only Cybertronian forms." Monroe stepped forward. "Optimus Prime, I'm Professor Eli Monroe. I've studied your kind for many years. The question is, why would someone create an Omnitrix exclusively for Cybertronian transformations?" Optimus stood to his full height. "That is indeed troubling. In the wrong hands, such power could upset the balance of our conflict with the Decepticons." "Speaking of which," Alex interrupted, "we were attacked by a Decepticon scout. He mentioned someone named Starscream." Optimus's expression darkened. "Starscream has long sought power beyond his station. If he knows of this device, he will stop at nothing to obtain it." "Great," Alex muttered. "So I've got killer robots after me now." "Not just Decepticons," Monroe added grimly. "Government agents were already asking questions about the crash." Optimus nodded. "Then it is as I feared. Both human authorities and Decepticons will pursue you for the power you now possess." A mechanical whirring announced the arrival of another Autobot, smaller than Optimus, white and red in coloration, with what looked like medical tools integrated into his arms. "This is Ratchet, our medical officer and scientist," Optimus introduced him. Ratchet scowled down at them. "More humans in our base. And what's this I hear about an Omnitrix?" The device appears unstable, Optimus explained. It requires analysis. I noticed that during the transformation, Alex said. It feels like it's not fully calibrated or something. And the timer seems random. Ratchet harumphed but bent down to scan the Omnitrix with a beam of blue light. Fascinating. It's attempting to stabilize the Cybertronian CNA to be compatible with human biology. The power requirements are immense. Is it dangerous? Miko asked. For the boy. Potentially, Ratchet replied bluntly. Extended use without proper calibration could cause cellular degradation at the transformation boundaries. Cellular what now? Alex's eyes widened. He means it could hurt you, Monroe translated. The transformations tax your human physiology. Great. So this thing might kill me? Not if we can stabilize it, Ratchet said. Bring it to my workstation. I may be able to help, though Cybertronian biology isn't meant to interface with organic life forms. As they followed Ratchet deeper into the base, Miko nudged Alex. So on a scale of 1 to 10, how completely insane is your life right now? Breaking the scale, Alex replied, still trying to process everything. Yesterday I was just a normal kid worried about the fall semester. Now I'm in a secret alien base with giant transforming robots discussing how alien DNA might melt my cells. It's awesome, Miko grinned. We're living every sci-fi movie ever. Minus the part where the protagonists usually die horribly, Alex reminded her. At Ratchet's workstation, holographic displays sprang to life showing complex diagrams of the Omnitrix's internal workings. The medical officer connected a thin cable to the device, careful not to trigger a transformation. This will take time, he muttered. The encryption is sophisticated. While Ratchet works, Optimus said, perhaps you should rest. You've traveled far, and tomorrow may bring new challenges. A smaller Autobot that Alex hadn't noticed before stepped forward, female in appearance, blue with pink highlights. I'll show them where they can recharge, she offered. I'm RC. Nice to meet you, Alex said, surprised by how normal that sounded given the circumstances. RC led them to a section of the base that had been modified with human accommodations, cots, a small kitchenette, and basic bathroom facilities. We've worked with human allies before, she explained, noticing their surprise. Get some rest. Things rarely stay quiet around here for long. Sleep didn't come easily for Alex that night. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw metal bodies shifting and transforming, heard the Decepticons' threats, felt the strange sensation of his body changing from flesh to metal and back again. The Omnitrix occasionally beeped or glowed, as if responding to his restlessness. Can't sleep either. Miko whispered from her cot across the small room. How could I? Alex sat up, the Omnitrix casting faint blue light in the darkness. Everything's happening so fast. Miko came over and sat beside him. You were amazing today, you know. Fighting that Decepticon like you've been doing it forever. It wasn't me, Alex admitted. It's like the transformation comes with instincts or something. The body knows what to do even if I don't. Still, Miko nudged his shoulder with hers. Most people would be freaking out way more than you are. You're handling this like a champ. Alex looked at her in the dim light. Thanks for being here. I don't think I could face all this alone. Are you kidding? Wild horses couldn't drag me away from alien robot adventures. She grinned, then grew more serious. But Alex, what happens when this is over? If they can get that thing off your wrist? The question hung in the air between them. Part of Alex desperately wanted his normal life back, no government agents, no alien robots hunting him. But another part, a part growing stronger by the hour, thrilled at the power the Omnitrix gave him. The ability to make a difference. To be something more than just Alex Mitchell, awkward tech nerd. I don't know, he finally answered honestly. The moment was interrupted by the Omnitrix suddenly beeping loudly, its face glowing brighter. Alex jumped up. Something's happening. They rushed back to the main chamber, where Ratchet and Professor Monroe were already working frantically at the monitoring station. What's going on? Alex asked. The Omnitrix is receiving a transmission, Monroe explained, not looking up from the screens. It's like it's being remotely accessed. By who? Unknown, Ratchet growled. But the signal is Cybertronian in origin. The Omnitrix projected a holographic display above Alex's wrist, symbols shifting and changing too fast to follow. Then, to everyone's surprise, it spoke. Update protocol initiated. New DNA samples available for integration. It talks. Miko exclaimed. Apparently when it needs to, Monroe muttered, fascinated. The holographic display solidified into 10 distinct silhouettes, Cybertronian forms Alex hadn't seen before. DNA sample catalog expanded. Transformation limitations removed. Stabilization protocol engaged. The Omnitrix glowed intensely, and Alex felt a strange tingling sensation as the device seemed to adjust itself on his wrist, the metal flowing like liquid before re-solidifying in a slightly different configuration. The face of the device now showed clearer symbols, and the beeping stopped. I think it just upgraded itself, Alex said in wonder. Optimus Prime entered the chamber, alerted by the commotion. What has happened? The Omnitrix received a signal that triggered an update, Ratchet explained. It stabilized, and its transformation catalog has expanded. Can you trace the signal's origin? Optimus asked. Ratchet shook his head. It was brief and heavily encrypted. Not Decepticon in nature, but definitely Cybertronian. There's something else, Monroe said, pointing to a smaller display. The Omnitrix's energy signature has changed. It's more focused now, less detectable. Which means? Alex prompted. It means you won't be broadcasting your location to every Decepticon in the area, Ratchet explained. A significant tactical advantage. Try a transformation, Monroe suggested. Let's see if the stabilization worked. Alex nodded and activated the Omnitrix. The dial felt smoother as he turned it, cycling through silhouettes that appeared more detailed than before. He selected one he hadn't tried yet, a bulkier form with what looked like helicopter rotors. The transformation felt different this time, more controlled, less chaotic. When the blue light faded, Alex stood as a massive Cybertronian with dark green and black coloring, rotors folded on his back, and heavy weaponry integrated into his arms. Whoa, he said, his voice deeper and rumbling. This feels different. More stable. Your vital signs are maintaining integrity, Ratchet observed, scanning him. The cellular degradation risk appears minimized. Alex examined his new form, moving with greater confidence than before. I feel stronger in this one. And he focused, and the rotors on his back began to spin, lifting him slightly off the ground. I can fly. Careful. Monroe warned as Alex wobbled in the air. You're still learning. Alex managed to control his descent, landing with a heavy thud that shook the floor. Sorry. Still getting the hang of it. The update has clearly improved your transformation capabilities, Optimus noted. But it raises disturbing questions. Who sent this signal, and why aid you now? Before anyone could speculate further, an alarm blared throughout the base. Ratchet rushed to the main console. Proximity alert. Multiple vehicles approaching from the east. Optimus moved quickly to a view screen, which showed a convoy of black SUVs and armored vehicles heading toward their location. How did they find us? RC demanded. Monroe's face paled. The energy surge from the Omnitrix update. They must have detected it. It's not just humans, Ratchet warned, checking another screen. Aerial approach from the north. Cybertronian signatures. Decepticons. Starscream, Optimus said grimly. Alex looked down at the Omnitrix symbol on his chest. This is my fault. I led them all here. There's no time for blame, Optimus said firmly. We must evacuate. Ratchet, prepare the ground bridge. Ground bridge? Alex asked. As if in answer, a massive circular portal hummed to life on one side of the base, swirling with green and blue energy. Cool, Miko breathed. Professor Monroe, take the humans through the ground bridge, Optimus ordered. It will transport you to our secondary location. Wait, what about you guys? Alex asked. We will cover your escape and follow, Optimus assured him. The Omnitrix must be protected at all costs. Explosions rocked the outer perimeter of the base. Dust fell from the ceiling as Bumblebee and RC rushed to defensive positions. Go! Optimus commanded. Now! Monroe grabbed Miko's arm, pulling her toward the ground bridge. Come on, we need to move. I'm not leaving them to fight alone, Alex protested. Not when this is happening because of me. Alex, you're what they're after, Monroe argued. The best way to help is to get that device away from here. Another explosion, closer this time. The base entrance buckled under some tremendous force. Breach imminent. Ratchet warned. Alex looked at the Autobots preparing for battle, then back at the ground bridge where Monroe was ushering Miko through. Making his decision, he transformed back to human form and ran for the portal. I'll draw them off, he told Optimus. Good luck. Optimus nodded once, battle mask sliding into place as he converted his arm into a massive cannon. The swirling energy of the ground bridge engulfed Alex, sending a strange tingling sensation throughout his body. For a brief moment, he felt suspended between places, and then his feet hit solid ground again. They emerged in what appeared to be an abandoned missile silo, similar to the previous base but smaller and less equipped. Miko and Monroe were waiting for him. Made it! Miko exclaimed, relief evident on her face. That portal thing is wild. Where are we? Alex asked, looking around the dusty facility. Secondary Autobot outpost, according to Ratchet, Monroe explained. This one's been dormant for months. A console nearby flickered to life, showing Ratchet's face. We're under attack from both human forces and Decepticons. Optimus is engaging Starscream directly. We have to help them, Alex said. Negative, Ratchet replied sternly. Your priority is to protect the Omnitrix. Starscream must not obtain it. The transmission cut out abruptly, leaving them in uncomfortable silence. So we just hide here while they fight? Alex asked, frustration building. For now, yes, Monroe said. The Autobots can handle themselves. They've been fighting this war for millennia. Alex paced the small command area, the Omnitrix occasionally flashing as if sensing his agitation. I need to understand this thing better. If I'm going to be hunted for it, I should at least know what I'm capable of. I might be able to help with that, Monroe said, moving to a dusty console. This outpost should have databases on Cybertronian physiology. Combined with what I already know about the Omnitrix. Do it, Alex nodded. I need every advantage I can get. While Monroe worked at the console, Miko explored the outpost, opening storage crates and cabinets. Hey, look what I found. She returned with several earpieces. Communications gear. Military grade. Perfect, Alex said, taking one and fitting it to his ear. Now we can stay connected if we get separated. Hours passed with no word from the Autobots. Monroe worked diligently, compiling information on both the Omnitrix and Cybertronian forms. Alex practiced quick transformations, getting better at selecting specific forms and utilizing their abilities within the confines of the outpost. Based on what I can tell, Monroe said finally, the Omnitrix now contains 10 distinct Cybertronian forms, each with specialized abilities. He displayed holographic renderings of each form, the scout form you first transformed into, fast, agile, good for reconnaissance. The assault form, heavily armed, tank transformation. The aerial form you just tried, flight capabilities, good for transport. A stealth form with cloaking technology. A heavy brute form with incredible strength. A medic form with repair capabilities. A communication specialist with advanced hacking abilities. A sniper form with precision targeting. An infiltrator form designed to mimic other Cybertronians. And finally, what appears to be a commander form with tactical systems. Alex stared at the projections. That's a lot of options. Each serves a specific purpose, Monroe explained. Together, they represent a formidable arsenal. If you can master them all, you'd essentially have the capabilities of an entire Cybertronian strike team in one device. Which is exactly why everyone wants it, Miko added. You're basically a one-man army now. The weight of that responsibility settled heavily on Alex. I never asked for this. Few ever ask for power, Monroe said quietly. What matters is how you use it. Their conversation was interrupted by the ground bridge activating again. They tensed, prepared for potential threats, but relaxed when Bumblebee stumbled through, supporting a damaged RC. What happened? Alex rushed forward. Bumblebee made urgent beeping sounds, helping RC to a repair berth. He says they were ambushed, Miko translated, surprising everyone. At their looks, she shrugged. I've been listening to him. It's kind of like Morse code mixed with tones. The base? Monroe asked. Bumblebee shook his head sadly, making a series of low tones. Compromised, Miko translated. The humans have it. The Decepticons retreated after Optimus damaged Starscream. Where's Optimus now? Alex asked. More beeps and whirs. Leading the Decepticons away from this location, Miko said. Ratchet's with him. RC's systems whirred as she attempted to sit up. Starscream brought more forces than we anticipated. And the humans, they weren't just any military unit. What do you mean? Monroe asked sharply. They had anti-Cybertronian weapons, RC winced. Energy disruptors. They knew exactly how to fight us. Monroe's expression grew troubled. That's not public technology. Professor. Alex studied the man's face. What aren't you telling us? Monroe sighed heavily. The agency I used to work for, Division 7. They've been studying Cybertronians for decades, developing countermeasures. If they're the ones who found the base, then we're dealing with people who know exactly what they're doing, Alex finished. The communications console beeped. When Alex activated it, a woman's face appeared on screen, stern, with short gray hair and piercing eyes. Professor Monroe, she said coldly. You've been busy. Monroe straightened. Director Kane. I might have known Division 7 would be involved. Did you really think we wouldn't notice an alien crash site? Or track your movements afterward? Her gaze shifted to Alex. And you must be the boy with the alien device. Alex instinctively covered the Omnitrix with his other hand. What do you want? What Division 7 has always wanted, to protect Earth from extraterrestrial threats. That device belongs in secure containment, not on a teenager's wrist. It's bonded to me, Alex said. You can't remove it without killing me. Perhaps, Kane conceded. But you can still surrender yourself voluntarily. Our scientists might find a safe removal method, given time. An experiment on him in the meantime? Miko challenged, stepping into view. No thanks, lady. Kane's expression hardened. You don't understand what you're dealing with. That device has already drawn Decepticon forces to Earth. More will come. The destruction will escalate. The Autobots are protecting us, Alex argued. The Autobots are part of the problem, Kane countered. Their very presence attracts their enemies. Earth is caught in the crossfire of an alien war we never asked to join. Monroe moved closer to the screen. Victoria, these kids are innocent in this. Let me bring the device in. I'll help your team study it. Alex shot Monroe a betrayed look, but the professor subtly shook his head, indicating he had a plan. Always the pragmatist, Eli, Kane said with a thin smile. Very well. Bring the device and its wearer to these coordinates. Numbers appeared on screen. You have 6 hours before we take more aggressive measures. The transmission cut out. You want to hand me over to them? Alex demanded. Of course not, Monroe said. But I needed to buy us time. Kane isn't bluffing about aggressive measures. Division 7 has orbital tracking satellites and mobile strike teams. They'll find this location eventually. So what do we do? Miko asked. We need to reconnect with Optimus, RC said, struggling to stand. Bumblebee beeped worriedly, supporting her. He needs to know about this new threat. Can you contact him? Alex asked. Not directly. Decepticons would intercept the transmission, RC explained. But there's a communication relay in Silver Creek we've used before. If we can reach it, we can send a secure message. Silver Creek. That's back in civilian territory, Monroe noted. Risky. It's our only option, RC insisted. Alex checked the Omnitrix, fully charged and ready. I can get us there. The Omnitrix's aerial form could carry both Miko and the professor. I'll remain here with Bumblebee, RC said. My systems need repair. Are you sure about this? Monroe asked Alex. Division 7 will be watching for aerial Cybertronian signatures. We don't have a choice, Alex said, activating the Omnitrix. Sometimes the best way to hide is in plain sight. He selected the aerial form and transformed. In his helicopter-like Cybertronian mode, he was large enough to carry 2 human passengers. Climb aboard, he told Miko and Monroe. And hold on tight. The journey back to Silver Creek was tense. Alex flew high enough to avoid casual observation but low enough to stay off radar when possible. His Cybertronian sensors constantly scanned for threats, and twice they had to change course to avoid military helicopters. They landed in a forested area on the outskirts of town, where Alex transformed back to human form. The relay is in an old radio tower at the edge of town, Monroe explained. We'll need to approach on foot to avoid detection. As they made their way through the trees, Miko fell into step beside Alex. So, your life has gotten way more interesting since finding that watch. Alex laughed softly. That's one way to put it. Are you scared? She asked more seriously. Terrified, he admitted. But also. I don't know. There's something about transforming, about having all that power and being able to make a difference. It's like nothing I've ever felt before. Just don't forget who you are beneath the metal, Miko said, surprisingly philosophical. The reason the Autobots trust you is because of your heart, not because you can turn into one of them. Alex glanced at her, seeing his best friend in a new light. When did you get so wise? I've always been the brains of this operation, she grinned, breaking the serious moment. You're just the guy with the cool watch. They reached the edge of the forest, the old radio tower visible about a quarter-mile away across open ground. The facility appeared abandoned, chain-link fence surrounding a concrete building with a tall metal tower rising above it. Looks clear, Monroe said, scanning the area with binoculars. But appearances can be deceiving. Division 7 often uses disused facilities as cover. I could scout ahead, Alex suggested. The stealth form has cloaking abilities. Too risky, Monroe replied. Any transformation might trigger sensors. We need to, he never finished the sentence. A dart struck him in the neck, and he collapsed midward. Before Alex or Miko could react, more darts flew from concealed positions. Miko cried out as one hit her arm, and she fell to her knees, fighting the sedative. Run, she managed before slumping unconscious. Alex dodged the first dart aimed at him, the Omnitrix seeming to enhance his reflexes. He slammed the dial down without scrolling, taking the first form available, the Scout. The transformation complete, he scooped up his unconscious friends and accelerated away from the ambush site, sensors detecting multiple vehicles converging on their position. Bullets pinged off his metal chassis as he transformed to vehicle mode. Miko and Monroe somehow integrated into his interior during the change. "Hang on," he muttered, though they couldn't hear him. His engine roared as he sped away from the radio tower, weaving between buildings and taking sharp turns to lose pursuit. A helicopter appeared overhead, spotlight tracking him through the streets of Silver Creek. Civilians pointed and stared at the yellow and black vehicle racing through town with government vehicles in pursuit. Need to get somewhere safe, Alex thought frantically. His Cybertronian navigation systems highlighted an abandoned warehouse district by the river. He headed there, pushing his engine to the limit. The warehouse area was maze-like, perfect for losing ground vehicles. Alex transformed back to robot mode once out of public view, carrying Miko and Monroe deeper into the complex. He found an empty building with a partially collapsed roof and gently laid his friends down in a corner, checking their pulses. Both were steady, just unconscious from the sedatives. The Omnitrix symbol on his chest began to flash. "Not now," Alex groaned, knowing he had limited time left in this form. He needed to secure the area before transforming back. Searching quickly, he found a defensible position with multiple escape routes. As the Omnitrix timed out and he returned to human form, Alex heard the helicopter circling, getting closer. He dragged Miko and Monroe behind some fallen machinery, providing cover from above. "Come on, wake up," he whispered, gently shaking Miko's shoulder. No response. The helicopter searchlight swept through the broken roof, nearly catching them. Alex held his breath until it passed, then checked the Omnitrix. Still recharging. "Great timing," he muttered. A crash from outside indicated vehicles had reached the warehouse district. Radio chatter filtered through broken windows, Division 7 agents coordinating their search. Alex weighed his options. He couldn't carry both Miko and Monroe in human form. The Omnitrix needed more time to recharge. And Division 7 was closing in. For the first time since finding the device, he felt truly trapped. A soft groan from beside him gave him hope. Miko's eyes fluttered open, unfocused but conscious. "What happened?" she slurred. "Ambush," Alex whispered. "Division 7. We need to move, but Monroe's still out. Can you stand?" Miko nodded groggily, pushing herself up with Alex's help. "Where are we?" "Warehouse District. They're searching for us." He gestured toward the sounds of approaching agents. "The professor?" she asked, noticing Monroe's still form. "Got hit with the same sedative as you. Must be affecting him longer because of his age." The Omnitrix beeped softly, indicating it was ready again. Alex activated it, scrolling quickly. "I need something with strength but subtlety," he muttered. The heavy brute form would be too noticeable. The scout form too similar to Bumblebee, whom they'd already seen. He selected the stealth form and transformed. This Cybertronian body was sleeker than the others, midnight blue with silver accents, its structure designed for silence and shadows. "Whoa, ninja robot," Miko whispered appreciatively, more alert now. "I'll carry Monroe," Alex said, his voice a hushed electronic whisper in this form. "Can you follow me? Lead the way, Transformer boy." Alex lifted the unconscious professor easily in his Cybertronian form. He activated the cloaking technology, not disappearing completely but becoming shadow-like, harder to see clearly. Miko stayed close as they moved through the warehouse, avoiding the searching beams of flashlights. They reached a loading dock at the rear of the building just as Division 7 agents breached the front entrance. Alex transformed quickly, converting to a sleek motorcycle form with both passengers somehow integrated into the vehicle. Monroe slumped forward over the handlebars, Miko behind him holding him steady. "This is so weird," Miko whispered. Where do we go when you transform? I have no idea, Alex replied through his speakers. Hold tight. They raced away from the warehouse just as agents rounded the corner. Gunshots rang out behind them, but Alex's motorcycle form was too fast, too agile. He weaved through narrow alleys between buildings, heading for the river. They're going to have the bridges covered, Miko shouted over the engine noise. Who said anything about bridges? Alex replied. He accelerated toward the riverbank, sensors calculating trajectory and distance. Miko realized his intention and tightened her grip on Monroe. You're crazy, she yelled, but with excitement rather than fear. Alex hit the sloped embankment at full speed, launching into the air over the river. For a moment they were suspended, and then gravity took hold. Instead of crashing into the water, Alex transformed mid-air back to robot mode, cradling his human passengers as he controlled their descent with precision thrusters in his feet. They landed on the opposite shore with a heavy thud that left a small crater in the muddy bank. Alex set Miko and Monroe down gently, scanning the area for pursuit. That was awesome. Miko punched the air, adrenaline overwhelming the sedative's lingering effects. Save the celebration, Alex warned, his sensors picking up approaching vehicles on both sides of the river. They're closing in. Monroe stirred, finally regaining consciousness. What happened? He mumbled. Ambush at the radio tower, Alex explained quickly. Division 7. We're cornered. Monroe sat up, rubbing his neck where the dart had struck. They were waiting for us. How did they know? Good question, Alex said, the implications sinking in. The only ones who knew we were heading for the radio tower were us, Bumblebee, and RC. You think the Autobots betrayed us? Miko asked incredulously. No, Monroe said, his expression troubled. But perhaps they were compromised. Or what? Alex pressed. Monroe hesitated. Division 7 has advanced tracking technology. They might have placed a tracker on one of us at the university. Alex's Cybertronian sensor swept over them, detecting nothing unusual. I'm not picking up any tracking devices. Some are microscopic, undetectable without specialized equipment, Monroe explained. The sound of approaching helicopters cut their conversation short. Alex's stealth mode provided some concealment, but not enough for a full aerial search. We need a new plan, he said. The radio tower is compromised. We have no way to contact Optimus. Actually, Monroe said, reaching into his pocket, we might. He pulled out what looked like a small metal disc. Emergency Cybertronian beacon. Ratchet gave it to me before we left the first base. It will signal our coordinates to any Autobot in range. Why didn't you mention this before? Alex demanded. Because it's a one-time use, and it will alert Decepticons as well as Autobots, Monroe explained. It was meant as a last resort. I'd say being hunted by government agents with our only exit blocked counts as a last resort, Miko pointed out. Monroe nodded grimly. Once activated, we'll have to defend this position until help arrives. Alex scanned their surroundings. They were on the industrial side of the river, surrounded by abandoned factories and storage facilities. One building stood taller than the rest, an old grain silo. There, he pointed. Elevated position, limited access points. We can see them coming. They moved quickly, Alex carrying both humans in his stealth form to leave no footprints. The silo was rusted and decrepit, but its structure remained sound. They climbed to the upper level, where broken windows provided visibility in all directions. How long until they find us? Miko asked, peering through a window at the search team spreading along the riverbank. Not long, Monroe said, examining the beacon. Are we decided? Once I activate this, there's no turning back. Alex's Omnitrix symbol began flashing again, transformation time running out. Do it, he said, reverting to human form as the blue light faded. "We need help." Monroe twisted the top of the disc, and it glowed blue briefly before emitting a pulsing signal they could feel rather than hear. "Now we wait. And hope the Autobots reach us before Division 7 does." Minutes ticked by in tense silence. The helicopter searchlights methodically swept the industrial area, getting closer to their position. Ground teams with dogs moved through the abandoned buildings. "They're getting closer," Miko whispered. The Omnitrix recharged, ready again. Alex prepared to transform if needed, cycling through available forms to find the best defensive option. A sudden explosion from the far side of the industrial park drew the attention of the search teams. Searchlights swung away from their position, focusing on a rising plume of smoke. "What was that?" Alex asked. "Diversion," Monroe said. "Someone's drawing them away." A familiar engine sound approached their building, the rumble of a high-performance sports car. Through the ground floor entrance came Bumblebee, transforming quickly and looking up to where they hid. "Bumblebee!" Miko called down. "Boy, are we glad to see you." The Autobot made urgent beeping sounds, gesturing for them to come down. "He says Optimus is creating the diversion," Miko translated. "We need to move now while they're distracted." They hurried down to ground level. Bumblebee transformed back to vehicle mode, door swinging open invitingly. "What about RC? Is she okay?" Alex asked as they climbed in. Bumblebee made a series of affirmative beeps as his engine roared to life. "She's fine," Miko relayed. "Repaired and helping Optimus with the diversion." They sped away from the silo, taking a route that avoided the main search area. Bumblebee's sensors clearly mapped Division 7's positions, allowing him to navigate around them. "Where are we going?" Alex asked. "The outpost is compromised, and Division 7 is watching the city." Monroe leaned forward. "Bumblebee, we need somewhere secure to regroup. Somewhere Division 7 wouldn't know about." The Autobot beeped affirmatively, accelerating as they reached the outskirts of town. He took them down unmaintained back roads, eventually turning onto what appeared to be a game trail through dense forest. The trail opened into a clearing with a small, seemingly abandoned cabin. Bumblebee pulled up beside it and waited for them to exit before transforming. "What is this place?" Miko asked, examining the weathered structure. Bumblebee made a series of explanatory sounds. "He says it's a human allies hunting cabin," Miko translated. Someone called. "Agent Fowler?" Monroe's eyebrows shot up. "William Fowler? He's still your liaison?" Bumblebee nodded, then motioned for them to enter the cabin. Inside, the simple structure had been augmented with Cybertronian technology hidden beneath rustic furnishings. A holographic display activated as they entered, showing Optimus Prime's face. "I am relieved to see you safe," the Autobot leader said. "The situation has escalated beyond our initial concerns." "You're telling me," Alex replied. "Division 7 ambushed us at the radio tower. They knew exactly where we'd be." Optimus's expression grew grave. "That is troubling news. It suggests either surveillance or a leak," Monroe finished. "Someone knew our plans." "Where are you now?" Alex asked. "RC and I have led Division 7's forces away from your position," Optimus explained. "Ratchet is establishing a new base of operations. But we face a more immediate threat. Starscream has called for reinforcements." "More Decepticons?" "A full assault force," Optimus confirmed. "Our long-range sensors detected multiple ships entering Earth's atmosphere on the far side of your moon. They are staging there, preparing for a coordinated attack." "Because of me," Alex said quietly. "Because of the Omnitrix. The Decepticons have long sought advantages in our war," Optimus said. "The power to transform between multiple Cybertronian forms would be invaluable to Starscream's ambitions." "So what's the plan?" Miko asked. "For now, you must remain hidden," Optimus instructed. This location is secure and unknown to Division 7. Agent Fowler will arrive tomorrow with supplies. And then what? Alex pressed. We can't hide forever. Not with Decepticons preparing an invasion and Division 7 hunting us. Optimus was silent for a moment. There is much about the Omnitrix we do not understand. Its origin, its purpose, why it was sent to Earth. Those answers may be crucial to resolving this conflict. Professor Monroe has been studying it, Alex said. He thinks it was specifically designed for Cybertronian DNA. Monroe stepped forward. The technology is incredibly advanced. It's not just storing DNA samples, it's actually creating a stable interface between human biology and Cybertronian technology. That shouldn't be possible without extensive modifications. There is one who might have answers, Optimus said thoughtfully. An ancient Cybertronian archivist named Alpha Trion. He maintained records of all Cybertronian interactions with other species. Great, Alex said. Where do we find him? Therein lies the difficulty. Alpha Trion resided in the Hall of Records in Iacon, Cybertron's capital city. When our planet began to die from the war, many archives were transferred to data cylinders and scattered across the galaxy for safekeeping. Let me guess, Miko interjected. One of those cylinders is on Earth. Our sensors detected a Cybertronian data signature when we first arrived on your planet, Optimus confirmed. We believed it dormant, buried deep within a mountain range to the north. But recent energy fluctuations suggest it may be active again. The Omnitrix update, Alex realized. What if that signal came from the data cylinder? A logical assumption, Optimus agreed. If so, the cylinder may contain information crucial to understanding the device's purpose. So we need to find this cylinder before the Decepticons or Division 7, Monroe summarized. Correct. Rest now. Tomorrow, we will formulate a plan to locate the data cylinder. The transmission ended, leaving them in the dimly lit cabin. Bumblebee made a series of reassuring beeps before heading outside to stand guard. I don't know about you guys, but I'm starving, Miko announced, moving to explore the cabin's small kitchen. Let's see what Agent Whatever keeps in stock. While she rummaged through cupboards, Alex studied the Omnitrix, its symbols glowing softly in the dim light. It's connected to something bigger, he said quietly to Monroe. This isn't just random alien tech that fell from the sky. No, Monroe agreed. The precision of it, the specialized nature, someone engineered this device specifically for this situation. The question is, who, and why? And are they on our side? Alex added. Monroe's expression grew troubled. That remains to be seen. Miko returned triumphantly with canned soup and crackers. Dinner is served. Not exactly 5-star, but it beats starving. They ate in relative silence, the weight of the day's events settling over them. After the meal, Monroe excused himself to examine some of the Cybertronian tech hidden in the cabin, leaving Alex and Miko alone by the small fireplace. Some camping trip, huh? Miko said, breaking the silence. Alien robots, government conspiracies, and superpowers all in one weekend. Alex managed a tired smile. Not exactly what I had in mind when you suggested getting away from it all. Are you kidding? This is way better than watching meteors. She nudged his shoulder playfully. Besides, you make a pretty cool robot. Thanks, he said, then more seriously, I'm sorry I dragged you into this, Miko. You could have been hurt today. First off, you didn't drag me anywhere. I'm here because I want to be. She fixed him with a determined look. Second, I'm not some helpless sidekick. I translated Bumblebee, didn't I? I'm contributing. Yeah, how did you figure out his beeping so quickly anyway? Miko shrugged. Pattern recognition. It's like a language with tonal inflections. Once you understand the base patterns, you can start piecing together meaning. You never cease to amaze me, Alex said, genuine admiration in his voice. Keep the compliments coming, she grinned, but there was something softer in her expression. Hey, Alex. Whatever happens with all this, the Omnitrix, the Decepticons, whatever, I've got your back. You know that, right? I know, he said quietly. That means more than you know. A comfortable silence fell between them, broken only by the crackling of the fire and the occasional sound of Bumblebee patrolling outside. Despite the danger surrounding them, Alex felt a strange sense of purpose taking root. The Omnitrix had dropped into his life by chance, but what he did with its power was his choice. Tomorrow they would search for answers, face new dangers. But for tonight, in this moment of quiet, he allowed himself to feel not just the burden of responsibility but also the exhilaration of possibility. Morning arrived with the sound of an approaching vehicle. Alex jolted awake on the cabin's warm couch, the Omnitrix pulsing softly as if sensing his alertness. Monroe was already up, peering through the window. It's okay, he announced. Agent Fowler. The door opened to reveal a stocky man in his 50s, dressed in a suit that had seen better days. He carried several bags of supplies, which he dropped unceremoniously on the table. So you're the kid with the alien watch, he said, eyeing Alex. Optimus filled me in. Gotta say, you've stirred up one hell of a hornet's nest. Agent William Fowler, Monroe greeted him. It's been a long time. Fowler's eyes narrowed. Professor Monroe. Last I heard, you were working for the other side. Division 7's mission changed after you left, Monroe replied. Kane took it in a direction I couldn't support. Speaking of Kane, Fowler said, turning back to Alex, she's mobilized every resource at her disposal to find you. Military satellites, drone surveillance, roadblocks. Silver Creek is practically under martial law. What's the cover story? Miko asked, joining them from the small bedroom where she'd slept. Terrorist threat, Fowler made air quotes. Standard playbook when they need to deploy heavy assets without public scrutiny. What about the Decepticons? Alex asked. That's why I'm here. Optimus intercepted communications between Starscream and his new arrivals. They're planning to move on the data cylinder's location today. They found it? Monroe asked, alarmed. Not exactly, Fowler explained, unfolding a map on the table. They know the general region, the Cascade Mountains. But the exact location is still unknown. The cylinder's shielding prevents precise tracking. Alex studied the map, a remote section of mountains about 100 miles north. So we need to find it first. Optimus and RC are already en route, Fowler confirmed. Bumblebee will take you to rendezvous with them. I'll run interference with Division 7, try to keep them occupied elsewhere. What about Ratchet? Monroe asked. Setting up the new base. We'll need somewhere to fall back to if things go sideways. Fowler checked his watch. You should move out now. Decepticon scouts are already searching the area. Wait, Alex said as a thought occurred to him. The Omnitrix connected to the cylinder once before, during the update. Maybe it can lead us right to it. Worth a shot, Fowler nodded. Better than wandering the mountains hoping to get lucky. They packed quickly, supplies from Fowler, communications gear, and a portable medical kit. Within minutes, they were outside where Bumblebee waited in vehicle mode. I'll buy you as much time as I can, Fowler promised. Find that cylinder and figure out what the hell is going on with that watch. The journey north was tense but uneventful. Bumblebee took back roads and Forest Service paths, avoiding main highways where Division 7 might have checkpoints. Alex sat in the passenger seat, watching the Omnitrix for any reaction as they approached the mountain range. Anything? Miko asked from the back seat. Not yet, Alex replied. Maybe we need to get closer. Monroe studied a tablet displaying geographical data. According to these coordinates, Optimus and RC should be about 10 miles ahead, in a valley between two mountain peaks. As they entered the foothills, the Omnitrix suddenly pulsed, its face glowing brighter. Alex felt a strange tugging sensation, as if the device were trying to pull his arm in a specific direction. "I think it's working," he said excitedly. "Bumblebee, head northwest." The Autobot beeped acknowledgement, adjusting course. The deeper they drove into the mountains, the stronger the Omnitrix's reaction became. The symbols on its face shifted constantly, occasionally projecting brief holographic images too quick to interpret. "It's definitely detecting something," Monroe observed. They crested a ridge and spotted Optimus and RC in a clearing below, both in robot mode, scanning the area. Bumblebee announced their arrival with a series of honks, then pulled alongside the larger Autobots. "Any sign of Decepticons?" Alex asked as they exited Bumblebee. "Negative," Optimus replied. "But our sensors detect scattered energon readings throughout this region. They are searching nearby." Alex held up his wrist, showing the actively glowing Omnitrix. "It's reacting to something. Getting stronger as we head northwest." Optimus nodded. "Then you shall guide us. RC, take point. Bumblebee, guard our rear. I will escort our human allies." They proceeded on foot, the terrain too rough for vehicle modes. Alex walked beside Optimus, following the Omnitrix's silent guidance. Monroe and Miko kept pace behind them, occasionally checking the portable scanner for Decepticon signatures. The mountain path grew steeper, winding through ancient pines and massive boulders. After an hour of climbing, they reached a sheer rock face with no apparent path forward. "Now what?" Miko asked, catching her breath. The Omnitrix pulsed strongly, projecting a holographic Cybertronian symbol onto the rock face. As they watched, the symbol seemed to sink into the stone, and a section of the cliff face shimmered and disappeared, revealing a hidden passage. "Holographic camouflage," RC said appreciatively. "Advanced tech." "The cylinder must be inside," Monroe suggested. Optimus approached the entrance cautiously. "Stay alert. We do not know what defenses may be active." The passage led into a vast cavern illuminated by bioluminescent crystals growing from the walls and ceiling. At its center stood a pedestal of clearly Cybertronian design, and upon it rested a cylindrical object about 3 feet long, covered in intricate engravings. "The data cylinder," Optimus said reverently. As they approached, the cylinder activated, glowing with the same blue light as the Omnitrix. A beam shot out from its top, scanning each of them before settling on Alex's wrist. The Omnitrix responded immediately, its face opening to project a holographic interface that connected with the cylinder's beam. "It's downloading something," Monroe observed. A holographic figure materialized between them, an ancient-looking Cybertronian with a beard-like structure of metal filaments and robes made of interlocking plates. "Alpha Trion," Optimus whispered in recognition. "Greetings, Optimus Prime," the hologram said. "If you are viewing this message, then the Omnitrix has found its chosen bearer." Alpha Trion's gaze shifted to Alex. "A human. Interesting. The calculation suggested several possible species, but yours was among the most adaptable." "You created the Omnitrix?" Alex asked. "Modified it," Alpha Trion corrected. "The original was indeed Azimuth's design. But this version serves a specific purpose in the war for Cybertron's future." "What purpose?" Optimus pressed. "To create a bridge between worlds," Alpha Trion replied. "The Cybertronian war has spread too far, consumed too many planets. It must end, but neither Autobot nor Decepticon can achieve victory alone." The hologram gestured, and star maps appeared around them, showing the spread of the Cybertronian conflict across galaxies. "I foresaw that Earth would become a crucial battleground. Your species, though young, possesses remarkable adaptability and resilience. The modified Omnitrix was designed to create a mediator, a being who could understand both Cybertronian and human perspectives, who could wield our power but retain human judgment." "But why me?" Alex asked. Alpha Trion smiled sadly. The device chose you based on proximity and compatibility. You were simply in the right place at the right time, young human. But now that the bond is formed, your actions will determine whether my vision succeeds or fails. What vision? Monroe interjected. Peace, Alpha Trion said simply. A lasting alliance between Cybertronians and humans, ending the cycle of destruction that has followed our kind across the stars. The cavern suddenly shook, dust and small rocks falling from the ceiling. We have company, RC warned, weapons activating. The hologram flickered. My time grows short. The cylinder contains detailed information about the Omnitrix's capabilities, functions even the Autobots don't know about. Use them wisely. Another explosion, closer this time. Alpha Trion's hologram looked directly at Alex. The Matrix protocol is your last resort. Activate it only when all other options are exhausted. The hologram began to fade. Remember, young human, power without wisdom leads only to destruction. Choose your path carefully. The hologram disappeared as the cylinder completed its data transfer to the Omnitrix. The device on Alex's wrist reconfigured itself again, its surface becoming smoother, more integrated with his skin. We must move, Optimus urged. The Decepticons have found us. The cylinder? Monroe asked. Leave it, Optimus decided. The important data has been transferred. We cannot allow it to fall into Decepticon hands. Optimus's arm converted into a cannon, and he fired at the ceiling above the pedestal. Rocks crashed down, burying the cylinder and collapsing part of the cavern. This way. RC called, identifying an exit tunnel on the far side. They ran through the narrow passage as the sounds of battle reached them from outside, energy weapons firing, metal striking metal. The tunnel opened onto a plateau halfway up the mountain. What they saw stopped them cold, a full Decepticon strike force engaged with more Autobots who must have arrived as reinforcements. The air was filled with flying Decepticons in various forms, while ground forces exchanged fire with the defending Autobots. Optimus. A massive green Autobot called out, firing at airborne enemies. About time you showed up. Bulkhead, Optimus acknowledged. Secure the humans. We must reach the ground bridge point. Slight problem with that, Bulkhead replied, gesturing to the valley below where Division 7 vehicles were advancing, backed by what appeared to be mechanized combat suits. Humans decided to join the party. Kane, Monroe muttered. She must have tracked the Decepticon movements. Alex stared at the three-way battle unfolding, Autobots, Decepticons, and humans, all fighting in a chaotic free-for-all. And at the center of it all was the Omnitrix on his wrist, the prize everyone sought. This has to stop, he said firmly. People are going to die. What can we do? Miko asked. We're caught in the middle of a war zone. Alex activated the Omnitrix, cycling through forms. Alpha Trion said I'm supposed to be a mediator. Time to mediate. He selected the commander form, a form he hadn't tried before, and transformed. The blue light faded to reveal a Cybertronian body more impressive than any he'd used previously. Taller than his other forms, with red and blue coloration reminiscent of Optimus, but with distinct differences. Advanced tactical systems came online, feeding him strategic information about the battlefield. Whoa, Miko breathed. You look like a cross between Optimus and Captain America. I feel different, Alex said, his voice deeper and more resonant in this form. Like I can see the whole battlefield at once. The commander form includes tactical combat systems, Monroe explained. It's designed for leadership in battle scenarios. Alex nodded, the tactical data flowing through his systems, highlighting vulnerabilities, opportunities, potential outcomes. I need to get to Kane. She's the key to stopping the human forces. And Starscream? Optimus asked. I'll deal with him after, Alex said with newfound confidence. Professor, Miko, stay with Bulkhead. Optimus, can you create a diversion to draw the Decepticon air forces away from the valley? Yes, Optimus replied, seeming to recognize the authority in Alex's new form. What is your plan? Get Kane to stand down, then force Starscream to negotiate, Alex explained. This form has diplomatic protocols alongside the tactical ones. I think it's specifically designed for this situation. It's too dangerous, Monroe protested. You can't just walk into the middle of a battlefield. Alex's faceplate shifted into what might have been a smile. Who said anything about walking? He transformed, his commander form converting into a massive transport aircraft with weapons systems. Impressive, he noted, hovering above the plateau. Optimus, draw their fire north. I'm going in. Before anyone could object further, Alex accelerated toward the valley, his aircraft form banking sharply to avoid Decepticon fire. The tactical systems automatically deployed countermeasures when targeted, releasing chaff to confuse enemy missiles. He spotted Director Kane's command vehicle, a large, armored truck at the rear of the Division 7 formation. Banking hard, he transformed mid-air, landing with earth-shaking impact directly in front of her position. Division 7 soldiers immediately trained weapons on him. Kane emerged from the command vehicle, wearing a specialized combat suit that enhanced her human capabilities. Hold fire, she ordered, studying Alex's Cybertronian form. You're not one of them. You're the boy with the Omnitrix. Director Kane, Alex acknowledged, tactical systems warning him of multiple targeting locks. This conflict needs to end before people die. Agree to surrender the device, and it can end immediately, Kane countered. The device is bonded to me, Alex explained. But more importantly, it's not what you think it is. It wasn't sent here as a weapon, but as a means to peace. Kane laughed humorlessly. Peace? Look around you. Alien war machines are battling over our heads, and you think peace is possible? I know it is, Alex insisted. The Omnitrix was designed by Alpha Trion, a Cybertronian archivist who foresaw this conflict reaching Earth. It's meant to create understanding between our species. Understanding? Kane's expression hardened. The only thing I understand is that since these machines arrived, they've brought nothing but destruction. Division 7 exists to protect humanity from extraterrestrial threats. And what about extraterrestrial allies? Alex challenged. The Autobots have been defending Earth for years. Their very presence draws their enemies to our world. Above them, Optimus engaged Starscream directly, their aerial battle drawing most of the Decepticon forces away from the valley, just as Alex had planned. Director Kane, Alex said, lowering his weapons systems in a show of good faith. I've seen inside Cybertronian history. Their war destroyed their homeworld. Do you want Earth to suffer the same fate? Kane hesitated, watching the battle rage overhead. The Autobots want to protect Earth, Alex continued. They've chosen our world as their new home. They're willing to defend it with their lives. Shouldn't we at least try to work with them instead of against them? And the Decepticons? Kane demanded. What about them? That's where I come in, Alex replied. The Omnitrix gives me the ability to understand both sides. To mediate. A massive explosion rocked the mountainside as Optimus landed a decisive blow against Starscream, sending the Decepticon leader crashing to the valley floor not far from their position. Perfect timing, Alex muttered, turning toward the crash site. Director Kane, order your forces to stand down. Let me handle Starscream. And why would I do that? Because if you don't, and this escalates further, none of us may survive. Cybertronian weapons are capable of leveling cities. Is that a risk you're willing to take? Kane studied him for a long moment, then pressed a button on her combat suit. All units, hold position. I repeat, hold position. Do not engage unless directly attacked. Thank you, Alex said, genuinely relieved. He approached Starscream's crash site cautiously, tactical systems scanning for threats. The Decepticon was damaged but still functional, struggling to rise from the impact crater. "Stay back, abomination." Starscream snarled, recognizing the Omnitrix symbol on Alex's chest. "Whatever you are. I'm the one holding the power you've been searching for," Alex replied calmly. "The Omnitrix." Starscream's red eyes narrowed. "You're the human child. Somehow transformed. And you're Starscream, second in command of the Decepticons." Alex kept his distance but lowered his weapons. "I'm here to offer a choice. I don't negotiate with lesser beings," Starscream spat. "Then how about with someone who can match you in combat?" Alex suggested. "The Omnitrix gives me access to multiple Cybertronian forms. I could fight you right now, damaged as you are, and likely win." Starscream calculated his options, clearly aware of his vulnerable position. "What do you want?" "A ceasefire. Both Decepticons and Autobots withdraw from this battlefield. No further engagement with human forces." Starscream laughed bitterly. "And why would I agree to that when reinforcements are on their way?" "Because of what I'm offering in return," Alex said. "Information about the Omnitrix. Its origin, its purpose, and why it was sent to Earth." That caught Starscream's interest. "You know who created it?" "I do. And I'll share that information with both Autobot and Decepticon leadership, equally, if you call off this attack." Starscream considered this, his calculating nature evident. "The device itself, it cannot be replicated?" "No," Alex said firmly. "It's bonded to me. Attempting to remove it would destroy both the device and its bearer." That was a partial truth. Alex didn't know for certain if the Omnitrix could be safely removed, but Starscream didn't need to know that. A temporary ceasefire, Starscream finally conceded, in exchange for full disclosure about the device's origins and capabilities. "Agreed," Alex nodded. "Withdraw your forces now." Starscream activated his communications system. "All Decepticons, disengage and return to orbital staging area. I repeat, disengage immediately." To Alex's surprise, the Decepticons actually complied. The flying forces retreated from engaging the Autobots, transforming and accelerating upward toward space. "They actually listened to you," Alex observed. "I am still their commander," Starscream replied haughtily. "Despite what you might believe about Decepticon discipline." Optimus landed nearby, watching the retreating Decepticons with suspicion. "Alex, are you unharmed?" "I'm fine," Alex assured him. "I've negotiated a temporary ceasefire with Starscream. In exchange for information about the Omnitrix." Optimus's expression remained guarded. "Starscream's word is not to be trusted." "Perhaps not," Starscream sneered, struggling to his feet. "But even I can see the wisdom in learning more about this device before attempting to claim it." He turned to Alex. "I will return for the promised information. Until then, consider hostilities." Paused. With that, Starscream transformed, somewhat painfully given his damage, into his jet form and blasted away, following his retreating forces. Director Kane approached, her combat suit whirring with each step. "I assume you have a good explanation for letting the enemy commander escape." "I do," Alex said, reverting to his human form as the Omnitrix timed out. "And I'll share everything I've learned. But first, we all need to stand down and talk, Autobots, humans, all of us. No more fighting." Kane looked from Alex to Optimus, then to the other Autobots gathering nearby. After a moment's consideration, she pressed her communication link. "All Division 7 units, stand down. Secure perimeter only." She fixed Alex with a stern look. "This better be worth it, son." "It will be," Alex promised. As the battlefield quieted, the enormity of what he'd just accomplished washed over Alex. He'd stopped a three-way battle between alien factions and government forces. He'd gotten Starscream, notorious for his treachery, to agree to a ceasefire. The commander form had given him not just tactical insights but a presence, an authority he'd never felt before. Miko and Monroe rushed down from their position, Bulkhead following protectively. That was incredible. Miko exclaimed, throwing her arms around Alex in a spontaneous hug. You were all to stand down, and they actually did. Like some kind of robot diplomat superhero. Alex returned the hug, surprised by the gesture but grateful for her unwavering support. When they separated, he noticed something different in the way she looked at him, pride mixed with something deeper that made his heart beat faster. Well done, Monroe said more sedately, though genuine admiration showed in his eyes. But now comes the hard part, making this temporary peace last. Actually, came a new voice, that may be more difficult than anticipated. They all turned to see Professor Monroe walking toward them from Kane's command vehicle. Which was impossible, because Monroe was standing right beside Alex. What the? Miko gasped. The Monroe who had just arrived smiled coldly. I believe introductions are in order. His form shimmered and changed, revealing a slender, metallic being with faceted red eyes. My name is Makeshift. Decepticon Infiltrator. And I've been gathering intelligence on the Omnitrix since you first found it. The Rael Monroe stepped back in shock. You've been impersonating me? For how long? Since the university, Makeshift replied. The real professor never left his office that day. I took his place after studying his mannerisms and memories. That's how Division 7 kept finding us, Alex realized. You were feeding them information. Among other interested parties, Makeshift confirmed. Starscream values intelligence above all else. Bulkhead moved to attack, but Optimus held him back. What is your purpose in revealing yourself now, Makeshift? You could have maintained your cover. Because Starscream's ceasefire is a ruse, Makeshift said simply. He has no intention of honoring it. Even now, his forces are regrouping for a precision strike, not at the Autobots, but at Division 7's headquarters. Why tell us this? Kane demanded. Because contrary to Autobot propaganda, not all Decepticons agree with Starscream's methods, Makeshift replied. Some of us remember when our cause was just, freedom from oppression, not conquest for its own sake. You expect us to believe a Decepticon suddenly grew a conscience? Bulkhead scoffed. Believe what you will, Makeshift shrugged. But Starscream plans to eliminate Division 7 leadership and seize their anti-Cybertronian technology. With those weapons adapted to Decepticon use, he could tip the balance of power decisively, against both Autobots and humans. Kane activated her communications immediately. This is Director Kane. Full alert at headquarters. Prepare for possible Decepticon attack. Activate all defensive protocols. It won't be enough, Makeshift warned. Starscream has studied your defenses for months. He knows every weakness. Alex looked at the Omnitrix, still recharging after his use of the commander form. How long until this attack? Hours at most, Makeshift said. Enough time for you to evacuate key personnel, but not to relocate sensitive technology. We need to stop him, Alex decided. Optimus, can the Autobots defend Division 7 headquarters? We will try, Optimus nodded, though it means exposing ourselves fully to human authorities. I'll authorize it, Kane said grimly. Better the devil you know. She shot a look at Makeshift. No offense. Quite taken, the Decepticon Infiltrator replied smoothly. Miko grabbed Alex's arm. The Omnitrix is still recharging. You can't transform yet. I know, Alex said. But we need to move now. Director Kane, can you provide transportation? Kane nodded. Helicopters are standing by. Autobots, roll out, Optimus commanded. We must reach Division 7 headquarters before Starscream's forces. As the Autobots transformed, Monroe, the real Monroe, approached Alex. I should be the one to apologize. I failed to realize my identity had been compromised. None of us did, Alex assured him. What matters now is stopping Starscream. Makeshift stepped forward. I can help. I know Starscream's attack plan. Why should we trust you? Bulkhead demanded. You shouldn't, Makeshift admitted. But ask yourselves this, why would I reveal myself and warn you if I didn't want to prevent the attack? He's got a point, Miko said. Keep him under guard, Optimus decided. His information may prove valuable, but caution is warranted. As they moved toward the waiting transport helicopters, Alex checked the Omnitrix again. Still recharging, but faster than before. He'd need every form at his disposal for what was coming. You okay? Miko asked quietly, falling into step beside him. Not really, Alex admitted. A few days ago, I was worried about college applications. Now I'm heading to defend a secret government facility from alien invaders. Miko slipped her hand into his, squeezing gently. For what it's worth, I think you're handling it amazingly. That commander form was impressive. Alex glanced at her, surprised by the contact but finding comfort in it. Thanks. It felt different than the others. Like it was designed specifically for negotiation and leadership. Just like Alpha Trion said, a mediator between worlds. They boarded the lead helicopter alongside Kane, Monroe, and the restrained Makeshift. As they lifted off, Alex looked down at the battlefield they were leaving behind, the site where human, Autobot, and Decepticon forces had clashed over the device now attached to his wrist. Director Kane, he said as they flew toward Division 7 headquarters, what Alpha Trion said about the Omnitrix, about it being a bridge between our species, I think he was right. This isn't about weapons or power. It's about understanding. Kane studied him thoughtfully. Understanding is a luxury in my line of work, Mr. Mitchell. But I'm willing to listen to what you learn from that data cylinder. As Alex began explaining Alpha Trion's message, the Omnitrix pulsed on his wrist, now fully recharged and ready. Whatever happened next, he would face it with the full power of Cybertron at his command, not as a weapon, but as a peacemaker. If only Starscream were as interested in peace as he was in power. Division 7 headquarters turned out to be a massive underground facility built beneath what appeared to be a standard military base in the Nevada desert. As their helicopter approached, Alex could see the extensive security measures, automated defense turrets, patrol drones, and heavily armed personnel. Welcome to Skywatch, Kane said as they landed on a reinforced helipad. Division 7's primary research and containment facility. Containment? Miko asked uneasily. For extraterrestrial technology and, when necessary, beings, Kane confirmed without apology. We've been Earth's first line of defense against alien threats for decades. They were escorted through multiple security checkpoints, Makeshift kept under heavy guard with specialized restraints. The deeper they went into the facility, the more advanced the technology became, clearly influenced by recovered alien tech. Your defenses are impressive, Optimus acknowledged, having arrived with the other Autobots. The facility's hangar bays were barely large enough to accommodate him. But Starscream has overcome stronger fortifications. Not like ours, Kane assured him, leading them to a central command center filled with monitoring stations and tactical displays. We've specifically designed our systems to counter Cybertronian technology. Is that? Monroe pointed to a display showing what appeared to be a dissected Cybertronian component. Reverse engineered from a downed Decepticon scout, Kane confirmed. Before we knew the difference between factions. Optimus's expression darkened. You've been experimenting on our kind. We've been protecting our planet, Kane replied without remorse. And given current circumstances, you should be grateful for our preparedness. Before the tension could escalate further, alarms blared throughout the facility. Director Kane, an operator called. Multiple bogies approaching from the stratosphere. Cybertronian signatures. Sooner than anticipated, Makeshift noted. Starscream must have accelerated his timeline after I disappeared. Kane immediately took command. Activate all perimeter defenses. Get air support scrambled. Move non-essential personnel to the lower levels. Alex approached the main tactical display, studying the incoming Decepticon forces. His time in the commander form had left tactical knowledge lingering in his mind. They're coming in a standard Decepticon assault pattern, he observed. Primary strike force to engage defenses while infiltration teams approach from multiple vectors. Kane looked at him with new respect. You can tell that from the sensor readings. The Omnitrix transferred some tactical knowledge, Alex explained. And your defense configuration has gaps in the northwest quadrant. He's right, one of Kane's officers confirmed after checking the systems. Redirect units to reinforce the northwest approach, Kane ordered, then turned to Optimus. Where do you want your Autobots positioned? Bulkhead and RC can reinforce your ground perimeter, Optimus decided. Bumblebee's speed makes him ideal for rapid response to breaches. I will engage Starscream directly. And me? Alex asked, holding up his now recharged Omnitrix. You are the primary target, Optimus reminded him. Perhaps it would be wiser to remain in a secure location. No way, Alex shook his head. This is happening because of me. I'm not hiding while everyone else fights. The boy has a point, Makeshift interjected. Starscream expects him to be protected in the facility core. Using him as a visible combatant would disrupt the Decepticon battle plan. It's too dangerous, Monroe protested. With respect, Professor, Alex said firmly, I think that's my decision to make. Kane studied him thoughtfully. What form would you take? What capabilities would you bring to this fight? Alex considered the question carefully. The aerial form for mobility. The stealth form for infiltration. And he hesitated, the commander form if needed. The commander form is particularly powerful, Makeshift noted. Starscream fears it specifically. All right, Kane nodded. You'll operate with Bumblebee as rapid response. But you stay in communication at all times, understood? Yes, ma'am, Alex agreed. What about me? Miko asked. I want to help too. You'll remain here with Professor Monroe, Kane said firmly. This isn't a game, young lady. Miko looked ready to argue but subsided when Alex caught her eye and shook his head slightly. Fine, she muttered. But keep your comms open. I want to know what's happening. As the others dispersed to their assigned positions, Alex pulled Miko aside. I need you safe, he told her quietly. Please don't do anything reckless. Says the guy about to transform into an alien robot and fight a Decepticon invasion, Miko retorted, but her expression softened. Just, come back in one piece, okay? I will, he promised. Keep an eye on Makeshift for me. Something about his story still doesn't add up. Miko nodded. Be careful out there, Transformer boy. Alex smiled at the nickname, then on impulse leaned forward and kissed her cheek. For luck, he said, stepping back and activating the Omnitrix before she could respond. He selected the aerial form, and blue light enveloped him. When it faded, he stood in his helicopter-like Cybertronian body, rotors folded against his back. Comms check, he said through the facility's communication system, his voice deeper in this form. Reading you loud and clear, Kane responded. All units, be advised we have a friendly Cybertronian designated Omnitrix aerial operating with Bumblebee. Do not fire upon either. Alex made his way to the surface level where Bumblebee waited in robot mode. The Autobot scout beeped a greeting, gesturing toward the sky where distant contrails marked the approaching Decepticon force. Ready for this? Alex asked. Bumblebee responded with a determined series of electronic sounds that needed no translation. Decepticons entering engagement range, came Kane's voice over comms. All units, prepare for contact. The sky darkened as Decepticon flyers descended, their sleek, predatory forms breaking formation to attack from multiple vectors. Ground-based Decepticons dropped from larger transport vessels, transforming as they landed and immediately engaging the facility's defensive positions. "Here we go," Alex said, rotors spinning up as he transformed into his helicopter mode. "Bumblebee, I'll provide aerial reconnaissance." The scout transformed into his vehicle mode, racing toward the nearest engagement point while Alex took to the air. From his elevated position, he could see the battle unfolding across the facility perimeter, Division 7 forces using specialized weapons that actually seemed effective against Cybertronian armor, while the Autobots engaged multiple Decepticons simultaneously. Optimus battled 3 flyers at once, his movements graceful despite his size. RC darted between larger combatants, using speed and precision strikes. Bulkhead simply smashed through enemy lines with raw power. Northwest Quadrant under heavy assault, came a frantic report over comms. "Defenses failing." "That's our cue," Alex told Bumblebee, banking sharply toward the threatened sector. He arrived to find a breach in the perimeter wall, Decepticon ground forces pouring through. Without hesitation, Alex transformed mid-air, landing heavily among them in robot mode. His aerial form wasn't designed primarily for combat, but it had decent weapons systems that he activated immediately. The Decepticons, surprised by his appearance, hesitated just long enough for Bumblebee to arrive, transforming and opening fire on their flank. Together, they pushed back the initial wave, giving Division 7 forces time to regroup. "The breach is contained," Alex reported, "but they'll try again." "Multiple breaches reported," Kane responded grimly. "They're testing our defenses, looking for weaknesses." A massive explosion rocked the east side of the facility. Through the smoke, Alex spotted a distinctive silver jet transforming into Starscream's unmistakable form. "Starscream is on site," he reported. "East entrance." "Optimus is engaged with multiple hostiles," Kane replied. "Can you intercept?" Alex checked his systems. The aerial form wasn't ideal for engaging Starscream directly. "I need to change forms." "Cover me, Bumblebee." The Autobot nodded, positioning himself protectively as Alex touched the Omnitrix symbol on his chest. Blue light surrounded him as he shifted to the commander form, taller, more heavily armed, designed for leadership and combat. "That's more like it," he said, systems immediately providing tactical data on the battlefield. "Bumblebee, continue defending this position. I'll engage Starscream." He transformed into the commander form's vehicle mode, a heavily armed transport, and raced towards Starscream's position. The Decepticon leader was systematically destroying the facility's external defenses, his subordinates securing each area as he advanced. Alex transformed back to robot mode directly in Starscream's path. "That's far enough, Starscream." The Decepticon leader paused, red eyes narrowing. "The human with the Omnitrix. You've chosen an impressive form, but it won't save you. You broke our ceasefire," Alex accused. "Was your word worth so little?" "Tactical necessity," Starscream replied dismissively. "This facility contains technology that could tip the balance of our war. Did you truly expect me to ignore such an opportunity?" "I expected honor, even from a Decepticon." Starscream laughed coldly. "Honor is a luxury of the victorious. Now, surrender the Omnitrix, and I might spare this facility and its occupants." "Not happening," Alex said, activating the commander form's weapons systems. "Last chance to withdraw." "You've studied our history," Starscream noted, his own weapons powering up. "You should know Decepticons never retreat." They clashed in a fury of metal and energy blasts, Starscream's experience countered by the raw power of Alex's commander form. The tactical systems provided Alex with combat options, predicting Starscream's movements and suggesting countermeasures. "Impressive," Starscream acknowledged after Alex landed a solid hit. "The Omnitrix doesn't just give you our form, it gives you our combat protocols as well." "And more," Alex replied, blocking Starscream's retaliatory strike. It gives me understanding. I know why you fight, Starscream. I've seen Cybertron's history. You've seen Autobot propaganda, Starscream sneered, launching a missile that Alex barely dodged. The explosion damaged the facility wall behind him. I've seen truth, Alex countered. I know the Decepticons rose against oppression. That your cause was just, once. Before Megatron's thirst for power corrupted it. That struck a nerve. Starscream hesitated just long enough for Alex to land a powerful blow that sent the Decepticon commander staggering. You know nothing, Starscream snarled. I know you've served Megatron for eons, always in his shadow, Alex pressed, tactical systems identifying Starscream's psychological vulnerabilities. Always the second. Never respected, never truly in command. Silence. Starscream's attacks grew wilder, less controlled. And I know you're better than this, Alex continued, blocking rather than attacking now. You could lead the Decepticons toward peace instead of endless war. Be remembered as the one who ended the conflict, not prolonged it. For a moment, uncertainty flickered across Starscream's face. Then his expression hardened. Peace is surrender by another name. Megatron taught me that much. Megatron isn't here, Alex pointed out. You are. You're in command. It's your choice now. Before Starscream could respond, the ground shook violently. Both combatants turned to see a massive Decepticon warship descending through the clouds, far larger than the transport vessels from before. The Nemesis, Starscream breathed, genuine fear in his voice. He's here. Who's here? Alex demanded, though he already suspected the answer. Lord Megatron, Starscream confirmed. He must have detected the Omnitrix energy signature. The warship opened fire, massive energy cannons targeting not the facility, but the Decepticon forces on the ground. He's firing on his own troops. Alex realized in horror. Correction, Starscream said bitterly. My troops. Megatron does not share power or glory. He activated his communication system. All units, disengage and retreat. Megatron has returned. The Decepticons immediately began withdrawing, transforming and fleeing the battlefield with clear terror. You should go too, Alex told Starscream, surprised by his own words. He'll destroy you for acting without his authorization. Starscream studied him with newfound curiosity. Why would you care about my fate, bearer of the Omnitrix? Because I meant what I said. You could choose a different path. A bitter smile crossed Starscream's face. Perhaps in another life. He transformed into his jet mode. This isn't over, human. When next we meet, it will be with Megatron watching. Remember that. As Starscream fled, the Nemesis continued its approach, weapons still firing at the retreating Decepticons. Kane's voice came urgently over comms. All units, brace for impact. That warship is targeting the main facility. No, Alex realized, it's targeting me. He transformed back to vehicle mode and raced toward the other Autobots, tactical systems calculating options and finding none good. The Nemesis's firepower dwarfed anything the facility could repel. Optimus, he called, finding the Autobot leader helping wounded Division 7 personnel. Megatron's targeting the Omnitrix. I need to draw him away from here. Negative, Optimus replied firmly. Confronting Megatron alone would be suicide. Not confronting, just distracting. Alex transformed back to robot mode. Long enough for evacuation. I cannot allow it, Optimus insisted. The risk is too great. The Nemesis fired again, this time hitting the facility directly. The ground shook violently, sections of ceiling collapsing around them. We don't have time to argue, Alex said. You protect them. I'll buy time. Before Optimus could stop him, Alex transformed into his aerial form and shot skyward, directly toward the Nemesis. His Cybertronian sensors detected a massive energy signature at the ship's command deck, Megatron himself, watching the battle unfold. "Attention Decepticon vessel," Alex broadcast on all frequencies, knowing Megatron would hear. "This is Alex Mitchell, bearer of the Omnitrix. I challenge Megatron to face me personally, away from this facility." For several tense seconds, there was no response. Then a deep, malevolent voice responded, a voice that sent chills through Alex's systems despite his mechanical form. "The human who wields Cybertronian power," Megatron's voice rumbled. "Your audacity is amusing. Very well. Meet me at these coordinates, if you dare." A location appeared in Alex's navigation system, a remote mesa several miles from the facility. "I'll be there," Alex confirmed, banking away from the nemesis and toward the designated meeting place. To his relief, the warship followed, weapons falling silent. "Alex, what are you doing?" Kane demanded over comms. "Return to base immediately." "No time to explain," Alex replied. "Just get everyone to safety. This is between me and Megatron now." "It's suicide," Monroe's voice cut in. "The commander form isn't equipped to battle Megatron directly." "I'm not planning to fight him," Alex said. "Just distract him long enough for evacuation." "Alex, please," Miko's voice now, tight with fear. "Don't do this." "I have to," he told her softly. "Trust me. I know what I'm doing." He cut communications, focusing on reaching the coordinates ahead of the nemesis. The mesa rose from the desert floor like a natural fortress, its flat top providing a perfect arena for what was to come. Alex landed and transformed back to robot mode, watching as the massive warship positioned itself overhead. A single figure descended from its belly, larger than Optimus, silver and purple, with spikes adorning his shoulders and a fusion cannon mounted on his right arm. Red eyes gleamed with cruel intelligence in a face designed to inspire terror. Megatron, leader of the Decepticons. He landed with earth-shaking force, straightening to his full height and regarding Alex with calculated interest. "So," Megatron's voice was somehow even more intimidating in person, "you are the human who presumes to wear our form. Starscream's reports did not do justice to the peculiarity of your existence." Alex stood his ground, though every instinct screamed to flee. "I am Alex Mitchell. The Omnitrix chose me." "Did it?" Megatron circled him slowly, studying his Cybertronian form. "Or did Alpha Trion choose you through it?" Alex couldn't hide his surprise. "You know about Alpha Trion's involvement?" Megatron laughed, a sound like grinding metal. "Did you think yourself the only one seeking the data cylinder? Alpha Trion was once my mentor, before he chose Optimus over me. His manipulations extend beyond death, it seems." "He wanted peace," Alex said. "An end to the war that destroyed your homeworld." "Peace?" Megatron spat the word. "Peace is the lie told by the powerful to keep the weak in their place. Cybertron didn't die from war, it died from the rot of inequity that preceded it." "I've seen your history," Alex countered. "You were a gladiator who rose against oppression. Your cause was just, once." Megatron's eyes narrowed. "You presume much, human." "The Omnitrix doesn't just let me transform," Alex explained. "It lets me understand. I've felt echoes of Cybertron's glory and its pain." "Understanding without experience is worthless," Megatron dismissed. "You wear our form but know nothing of our struggle." "I know enough to recognize when a revolution becomes tyranny," Alex replied, bolder than he felt. "You became what you once fought against." Megatron's fusion cannon hummed to life. "You speak like Optimus. He too lacks the courage to do what must be done." "And what's that? Destroy world after world in a war without end? What's the point of victory if there's nothing left to rule?" "Enough philosophizing," Megatron growled. "Surrender the Omnitrix, and I may allow you to live as a study subject. Resist, and your death will be educational in other ways." Alex checked his systems. The commander form was powerful, but not designed to match Megatron in direct combat. And the Omnitrix was beginning to warn of limited remaining transformation time. He needed a different approach. Alpha Trion believed a bridge between our species was possible, Alex said. That humans and Cybertronians could find common ground. Alpha Trion was a fool who clung to obsolete ideals, Megatron replied dismissively. There is no common ground between your kind and ours. Only those who rule and those who serve. Then why fear the Omnitrix? Alex challenged. If humans are so inferior, why does the thought of us wielding Cybertronian power terrify you enough to come in person? Megatron's eyes flashed with anger. I fear nothing, least of all a human child playing with technology beyond his understanding. Prove it, Alex said, an idea forming. Let me show you what Alpha Trion envisioned. Let me show you why he created this device. Megatron hesitated, curiosity warring with suspicion. What trick is this? No trick, Alex assured him, touching the Omnitrix symbol on his chest. Just understanding. The Omnitrix interface activated, projecting a holographic display similar to the one from Alpha Trion's cylinder. But instead of the archivist, it showed images of Cybertron before the war, gleaming cities, diverse Cybertronians living in harmony, technology and art flourishing together. This was your home, Alex said softly. This is what was lost. The images shifted to Earth, its diverse ecosystems, human achievements, potential for growth and change. And this is my home. Different, but with its own kind of beauty. Alpha Trion saw the possibility of both worlds learning from each other. Cybertronians finding a new home, humans gaining mentors and protectors. Megatron watched impassively, but didn't interrupt. The Omnitrix isn't a weapon, Alex continued. It's a demonstration. Proof that our species can be integrated, can understand each other at the most fundamental level. The display showed a final image, a symbolic representation of human and Cybertronian figures standing together, rebuilding what looked like a new civilization that incorporated elements of both worlds. This is what could be, Alex said. Instead of endless war. Megatron was silent for a long moment, studying the images. Then he laughed, not the cold, mechanical sound from before, but something genuinely amused. Alpha Trion always was a masterful manipulator, he said, shaking his head. Using sentiment and idealism as weapons more effectively than any cannon. Is it manipulation if it's true? Alex asked. Truth is subjective, young human, Megatron replied. Alpha Trion shows you one version of our history, one potential future. But there are others. With startling speed, Megatron closed the distance between them, massive hand wrapping around Alex's Cybertronian throat. I admire your courage, the Decepticon leader said, lifting Alex off the ground. Few would dare speak to me as you have. But courage without power is merely foolishness. Alex struggled, systems warning of critical damage imminent. The Omnitrix symbol began flashing rapidly, transformation time nearly expired. The Omnitrix, Megatron continued, represents power. And power, ultimately, is the only truth that matters. In desperation, Alex accessed a command he discovered in the commander form systems but hadn't used, an emergency energy pulse designed for breaking holds. Blue energy surged from his body, forcing Megatron to release him and step back. Interesting, Megatron noted, seemingly unharmed but surprised. The form has defensive capabilities beyond standard Cybertronian design. Alex backed away, buying time as the Omnitrix continued its warning countdown. Alpha Trion designed these forms specifically for the Omnitrix. They're not standard Cybertronians. All the more reason to study you thoroughly, Megatron smiled coldly. Perhaps dissection would reveal useful innovations. Before Megatron could advance again, the sound of engines drew their attention. Multiple engines, Autobot and Division 7 aircraft approaching rapidly. It seems your friends have come to die with you, Megatron observed. Or maybe they've come to help me show you something else, Alex countered, an idea forming as he recognized a particular energy signature among the approaching forces. The power of allies who trust each other. The Omnitrix's warning reached critical levels. Instead of fighting it, Alex triggered the transformation back to human form, timing it perfectly with the arrival of the first rescuers. Blue light engulfed him, and when it faded, Alex stood in his human form, seemingly defenseless before Megatron's towering presence. Brave but foolish, Megatron raised his fusion cannon. Did you think your fragile human form would elicit mercy? No, Alex smiled. I just wanted to show you what Alpha Trion really believed, that strength comes in many forms. On cue, Optimus Prime landed between them, shield deployed to protect Alex. Behind him came Bumblebee, RC, and Bulkhead, forming a protective semicircle. Division 7 aircraft hovered overhead, weapons trained on Megatron. And perhaps most surprisingly, Miko arrived in what appeared to be a modified Division 7 combat suit, landing with unexpected grace beside Alex. Sorry I'm late, she grinned. Had to convince Director Kane to let me borrow this. What are you doing here? Alex demanded. Saving your butt, obviously, Miko replied. You really thought I'd let you face Megatron alone? Megatron looked from the assembled forces to Alex, newfound interest in his expression. You command such loyalty after mere days of wielding the Omnitrix. Perhaps there is more to you than I first assessed. It's not the Omnitrix they're loyal to, Alex said. It's the idea that we're stronger together than apart. That some things are worth protecting, even at great risk. A touching sentiment, Megatron's tone made clear what he thought of sentiment. But ultimately irrelevant. He activated his communication system. All Decepticon forces, target the human with the Omnitrix. Priority override. The Nemesis's weapon systems powered up, targeting locks appearing on multiple displays. Everyone get back. Alex shouted, pushing Miko aside as the massive ship prepared to fire. But before it could, a barrage of energy blasts struck the Nemesis from behind. Everyone looked up in shock to see a second Cybertronian vessel appearing, smaller than the Nemesis but still impressive, with distinctly different design aesthetics. The Ark, Optimus identified it. An Autobot cruiser. But how? Reinforcements, came Ratchet's voice over comms. I contacted Cybertron when we first discovered the Omnitrix. They dispatched the nearest battle group. The Ark engaged the Nemesis directly, forcing the Decepticon warship to redirect its firepower. Megatron snarled in frustration. This changes nothing, he told Alex. The Omnitrix will be mine eventually. Today was merely our opening engagement. With that, Megatron transformed into his jet mode and blasted upward toward the embattled Nemesis. The massive warship began to ascend, disengaging from combat with the Arkansas. They're retreating, RC observed. Tactical withdrawal, Optimus corrected. Megatron will return, better prepared next time. Alex watched the Decepticon warship disappear into the clouds, mind reeling from his direct confrontation with the infamous leader. Only now did the adrenaline begin to fade, leaving him shaky and lightheaded. You okay? Miko asked, removing her combat suit's helmet to reveal concerned eyes. I think so, Alex managed. Just processing the fact that I just faced down the most feared Decepticon in history and lived to tell about it. That was either the bravest or most foolish action I have ever witnessed, Optimus said, kneeling to address Alex at a more equal level. Confronting Megatron alone was not the plan we discussed. I needed to buy time, Alex explained. And I needed to understand him. The Omnitrix lets me see Cybertronian history, but meeting Megatron face-to-face showed me something the data couldn't. And what's that? Optimus asked. That he believes everything he says, Alex replied. About power being the only truth that matters. He's not just evil for the sake of it, he genuinely believes his way is right. Which makes him all the more dangerous, Optimus nodded. And all the more difficult to convince otherwise. The Ark descended, landing at a respectful distance. A ramp extended, and several new Autobots emerged, different in design from Optimus's team, clearly from Cybertron itself. Ultra Magnus, Optimus greeted their leader. Your arrival was most timely. We came as soon as Ratchet's message reached us, the new Autobot replied formally. The Council was concerned about reports of a device containing Cybertronian CNA in human hands. Ultra Magnus' gaze settled on Alex, assessing. Is this the human? My name is Alex Mitchell, Alex introduced himself, standing as tall as his exhausted human frame would allow. And yes, I carry the Omnitrix. Show me, Ultra Magnus requested. Alex held up his wrist, displaying the device. It had changed again after the encounter with Megatron, its surface smoother, more integrated with his skin, the symbols more defined. Fascinating, Ultra Magnus observed. Alpha Trion's handiwork is unmistakable. The Council suspected his involvement when the cylinder was discovered missing. You knew Alpha Trion? Alex asked. I served with him on the Council of Elders before the war, Ultra Magnus confirmed. His unconventional methods were often controversial, but his foresight rarely failed us. Director Kane approached, still in her combat suit but with helmet removed. As fascinating as this reunion is, we have a situation to address. Division 7 headquarters is severely damaged, Decepticon forces may return, and we have civilian witnesses to contain. Civilian witnesses? Alex questioned. The battle was visible for miles, Kane explained. Cell phone footage is already circulating online. The existence of Cybertronians on Earth can no longer be concealed. Alex looked to Optimus, then Ultra Magnus, then back to Kane. Maybe that's for the best. Excuse me. Kane's eyebrows shot up. Alpha Trion created the Omnitrix as a bridge between our species, Alex explained. Not just for me, but for humans and Cybertronians to understand each other. How can that happen if we keep hiding the truth? The boy has a point, Ultra Magnus said thoughtfully. Concealment has been our protocol on developing worlds, but Earth's situation is unique. Revealing our existence prematurely could cause panic, Optimus cautioned. Or it could rally humanity together, Alex countered. Knowing we're not alone in the universe changes everything. And with Decepticons targeting Earth anyway, isn't it better for people to be prepared? Kane shook her head. That's not my decision to make. Nor yours. No, Alex agreed, but it's happening whether we choose it or not. The question is whether we control the narrative or let fear control it for us. A contemplative silence fell over the group. The implications were enormous, the world learning about Cybertronians, about the war that had now come to Earth, about the Omnitrix and its purpose. Whatever we decide, Miko said, breaking the silence, we should probably get off this mesa first. Alex looks like he's about to collapse. She was right. The adrenaline crash left Alex barely able to stand. The encounter with Megatron, the successive transformations, the mental and emotional strain, it had all taken its toll. The Ark has medical facilities, Ultra Magnus offered. For both Cybertronian and, if needed, organic life forms. Thank you, Alex said gratefully, leaning on Miko for support. I think I could use some rest before the next crisis. As they boarded the Autobot vessel, Alex caught Miko studying him with an unreadable expression. What? He asked. Nothing, she said, then reconsidered. Just, you're different. Not just because of the Omnitrix, but how you're handling all this. Standing up to Megatron, challenging Director Kane, suggesting we reveal the truth to the world, that's not the Alex Mitchell who was worried about hiking up a mountain a few days ago. Alex considered this. I guess near-death experiences change your perspective. Plus, the Omnitrix, it's not just transforming my body. I think it's changing how I see things too. Giving me confidence I never had before. Just don't change too much, Miko said quietly. I kind of liked the original model. Before Alex could respond, they reached the Ark's medical bay, where Ratchet waited with unfamiliar equipment. Finally, the medical officer grumbled. "Let's see what damage you've done to yourself this time." As Ratchet examined both Alex and the Omnitrix, Ultra Magnus, Optimus, and Kane withdrew to discuss next steps. Professor Monroe joined them, offering his expertise on human-Cybertronian relations. "The Omnitrix is evolving," Ratchet announced after completing his scans. "It's integrating more deeply with your biological systems with each transformation." "Is that dangerous?" Alex asked. "Not immediately," Ratchet hedged. "But long-term effects are unclear. The device wasn't designed for permanent use by organic life forms." "Alpha Trion wouldn't have sent it if it would kill me," Alex reasoned. "Would he?" Ratchet's expression was grim. Alpha Trion always took the long view. Individual lives, even his own, were acceptable sacrifices for what he considered the greater good. That sobering thought settled heavily on Alex as Ratchet continued his examination. The Omnitrix had changed his life completely in just a few days. What would it do in weeks? Months? Years? And more importantly, was he ready for the responsibility that came with it, not just for himself, but for two worlds now inexorably linked through the device on his wrist? As he drifted into exhausted sleep in the Ark's medical bay, the weight of that question followed him into his dreams, where metal bodies shifted and transformed, and Alpha Trion's voice whispered of bridges between worlds and choices yet to be made. Chapter 3, Convergence. Alex woke with a start, momentarily disoriented by the metallic walls of the Ark's medical bay. The events of the past few days crashed back into his consciousness, finding the Omnitrix, battling Decepticons, facing Megatron himself. Finally awake, huh? Miko sat nearby, feet propped on a storage container, tapping away on a tablet. "You've been out for almost 15 hours. 15 hours? Alex bolted upright, checking the Omnitrix. It pulsed with steady blue light, seemingly dormant. "What did I miss?" "Oh, just the entire world freaking out about aliens." Miko turned the tablet to show news footage of the battle at Division 7 headquarters. Shaky cell phone videos captured Autobots and Decepticons fighting, with military forces caught in between. One clip clearly showed Alex in his commander form confronting Starscream. They know about Cybertronians now, Alex realized. Kinda hard to keep giant robots secret when they're throwing down in broad daylight. Miko set aside the tablet. The internet's exploded. Half the people think it's the apocalypse, the other half are making memes about which transformer they'd want to be. And the government? Emergency sessions, military on high alert, the usual. Miko shrugged with forced casualness that didn't quite mask her concern. Director Kane's been doing damage control, trying to frame it as, "We've known about them for years, everything's under control." Is it? Under control? Miko's expression softened. As much as a worldwide alien revelation can be. Optimus gave some kind of address to the UN Security Council. He's pretty good at the whole dignified leader thing. Before Alex could respond, the medical bay doors slid open. Ratchet entered, accompanied by an unfamiliar Autobot with scientific equipment integrated into his frame. "Perceptor, Cybertronian scientist," Miko whispered to Alex. He arrived with Ultra Magnus. "Ah, you're functional," Ratchet observed. "Good. Perceptor has been analyzing the Omnitrix's energy signature." Perceptor adjusted something on his optic sensor, which zoomed in on Alex with unnerving precision. Fascinating device. The integration with organic systems shouldn't be possible, yet the bonding appears stable at the quantum level. "Is that good?" Alex asked. "It's unprecedented," Perceptor clarified. "The Omnitrix is adapting to your physiology while simultaneously altering it. Your cellular structure shows microscopic Cybertronian components, not enough to be visible, but enough to create a compatible interface." "Wait, I'm becoming part Cybertronian?" Alex looked down at his very human-appearing body. In a sense, Perceptor nodded. Though, hybridizing might be more accurate. The process appears controlled and intentional in design. This is what Alpha Trion meant, Alex realized. About creating a bridge between species. It's not just symbolic, it's literal. I'm becoming a bridge. Indeed, Perceptor agreed. And the process accelerates with each transformation. The commander form in particular causes significant integration. Is it dangerous? Miko asked the question Alex couldn't bring himself to voice. Ratchet and Perceptor exchanged looks. Unknown, Ratchet admitted. Nothing like this has been attempted before. The closest analog would be techno-organic experimentation from the early days of Cybertronian history, but those were unsuccessful. Great, Alex muttered. So I might be slowly turning into something that previous experiments failed to create. Alpha Trion wouldn't have designed a system that would kill its host, Perceptor said reassuringly. His methods were sometimes questionable, but his brilliance was undeniable. The medical bay doors opened again, this time admitting Optimus Prime, Ultra Magnus, and Director Kane. The contrast between the towering Autobots and the human director would have been comical if not for Kane's commanding presence. Mr. Mitchell, Kane nodded. Good to see you recovered. We have a situation developing. When don't we? Alex sighed, swinging his legs over the edge of the medical berth. What is it this time? Megatron has issued an ultimatum, Optimus explained. Delivered simultaneously to human governments and Autobot forces. He's demanding the surrender of the Omnitrix, Ultra Magnus continued, in exchange for sparing Earth from what he calls the cleansing fire of Decepticon justice. Standard Megatron, Miko rolled her eyes. Dramatic much? The threat is real, Kane said sharply. Our satellites have detected multiple Decepticon warships entering Earth orbit. The Nemesis has been joined by at least 5 additional vessels of similar class. A full invasion fleet, Optimus confirmed grimly. Alex felt the weight of responsibility settle even heavier on his shoulders. How long do we have? Megatron has given Earth 48 hours to comply, Kane replied. Most world governments are panicking. Some are already suggesting we should hand you over. That's not happening, Miko said fiercely, moving to stand beside Alex. No, it's not, Kane agreed, surprising them. Division 7 was created to protect Earth from extraterrestrial threats. Capitulating to the first serious one we face would violate everything we stand for. I didn't expect you to take that position, Alex admitted. Kane's expression hardened. Make no mistake, Mr. Mitchell. I still believe the Omnitrix belongs under secure oversight. But that's an internal matter for humanity to decide. We don't surrender our own to alien dictators. So what's the plan? Alex asked, looking between the assembled leaders. We fight, Ultra Magnus said simply. The Ark has summoned additional Autobot forces. 3 more vessels are en route, but they won't arrive for several days. Which means we're outnumbered, Kane noted. Quality over quantity, Miko quipped, though her attempt at lightness fell flat. Optimus stepped forward. Alex, the Omnitrix may be the key to our defense. Not just its combat capabilities, but what it represents, the bridge between our species that Alpha Trion envisioned. But no pressure, Miko muttered, squeezing Alex's shoulder supportively. Alex looked down at the device on his wrist. It had changed him, inside and out. Given him power, confidence, and purpose he'd never imagined. But now it had also brought an alien armada to his homeworld. I need to understand everything the Omnitrix can do, he decided. All its forms, all its capabilities. Especially whatever this Matrix protocol is that Alpha Trion mentioned. Optimus and Ultra Magnus exchanged significant looks at the mention of Matrix. You know something about it, Alex noted. What is it? The Matrix of Leadership is a sacred Cybertronian artifact, Optimus explained, revealing a glowing blue object within his chest compartment. It contains the wisdom of past primes and the very essence of Primus, our creator. Each prime carries one, Ultra Magnus added. It is the source of our greatest power and deepest wisdom. An Alpha Trion built something similar into the Omnitrix? Alex asked. Not similar, Perceptor interjected. Based on my readings, he somehow integrated an actual matrix fragment into the device, something that should be technologically impossible. Which means what, exactly? Kane demanded. It means, Optimus said gravely, that the Omnitrix contains power beyond what any of us imagined. Power that could turn the tide against Megatron, or destroy its wielder if used improperly. Oh, that's comforting, Alex muttered. You said it's a last resort, Miko reminded him. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. Indeed, Optimus agreed. For now, we must prepare our defenses and ensure you have full command of the Omnitrix's standard capabilities. Training montage time. Miko grinned. Something like that, Alex managed a smile despite his apprehension. The next several hours passed in intensive training. The Ark contained a massive simulation chamber where Alex could practice transformations and combat techniques without endangering others. Ratchet and Perceptor monitored the Omnitrix's energy signatures, while Optimus and Ultra Magnus provided tactical guidance. Alex cycled through all 10 Cybertronian forms, spending time understanding each one's unique capabilities. The scout form was fast and agile, perfect for reconnaissance. The assault form packed heavy firepower, transforming into a tank. The aerial form gave him flight capabilities and medium-range weapons. The stealth form could become nearly invisible, ideal for infiltration. The brute form sacrificed speed for incredible strength and durability. The medic form contained tools for repairing other Cybertronians and analyzing weaknesses. The communication specialist could hack systems and intercept transmissions. The sniper had unparalleled targeting systems and long-range capabilities. The infiltrator could briefly mimic other Cybertronians' appearances. And finally, the commander form combined tactical systems with leadership capabilities and diplomatic protocols. You're adapting to each form more quickly now, Perceptor observed as Alex transformed between them with increasing fluidity. The neural pathways are becoming established. It feels more natural, Alex agreed, currently in the medic form. Like the transformations are extensions of myself rather than becoming something else. Precisely, Perceptor nodded. The hybridization process is progressing. Your mind and the Cybertronian programming are synchronizing. During a break in training, Alex found Miko sitting alone in the Ark's observation deck, staring out at Earth below. The ship maintained geosynchronous orbit, providing a breathtaking view of the planet's blue-white surface. Hey, he said, sitting beside her. You okay? Just processing, she replied without looking away from the window. A week ago I was worried about college applications and whether my parents would let me dye my hair purple. Now I'm on an alien spaceship watching our planet prepare for invasion. Some camping trip, huh? Alex attempted humor. Miko turned to him then, her expression unusually serious. Alex, what happens after? If we survive this, if we somehow stop Megatron, what then? I don't know, he admitted. I guess it depends on whether they can remove the Omnitrix. And if they can't? Or if you decide not to remove it? The question hung between them. In truth, Alex had been avoiding thinking about the future. The immediate threat consumed all his attention. But Miko's question forced him to consider possibilities he'd been pushing aside. I don't know, he repeated. Everything's changed so fast. I'm changing. He looked down at his hands, human now, but capable of becoming metal and machinery with a simple command to the Omnitrix. Perceptor says I'm becoming some kind of hybrid. I don't know what that means long term. Are you scared? Miko asked softly. Terrified, Alex admitted. But also, I don't know. There's something incredible about what the Omnitrix lets me do. About being able to make a difference. You were always capable of making a difference, Miko said firmly. The watch just gave you giant robot muscles to do it with. That startled a laugh out of Alex. I guess so. He hesitated, then added, what about you? Where do you fit in all this? Me? Miko blinked. I'm just along for the ride. No, you're not, Alex shook his head. You've been right beside me through all of this. Translating for Bumblebee, keeping me grounded, even fighting in that combat suit. You're as much a part of this as I am. A slight blush colored Miko's cheeks. Someone has to keep your hero complex in check. Is that what I have? A hero complex? The worst case I've ever seen, she confirmed with mock seriousness. Symptoms include confronting alien warlords, negotiating peace between warring factions, and generally thinking you have to save everyone by yourself. Not by myself, Alex said quietly. Never by myself. You've always been there. Something shifted in the air between them, an acknowledgement of feelings that had been building since this all began. Or perhaps they'd been there longer, only now rising to the surface under the pressure of their extraordinary circumstances. The moment was interrupted by an urgent alarm blaring throughout the ship. They rushed to the command center, where Autobots and human personnel gathered around tactical displays. What's happening? Alex asked, finding Optimus and Director Kane studying a holographic projection of Earth orbit. Decepticon movement, Kane replied tersely. They're repositioning their fleet. The display showed the Nemesis and its accompanying warships forming a new pattern above Earth. They're establishing firing positions, Ultra Magnus observed grimly. Standard Decepticon attack formation. But they gave us 48 hours, Alex protested. It's barely been 12. Megatron's ultimatum was a tactic to buy time for positioning, Optimus explained. He never intended to wait. Incoming transmission, an Autobot communications officer announced. From the Nemesis. On screen, Ultra Magnus commanded. The tactical display was replaced by Megatron's face, his red eyes gleaming with malicious satisfaction. Optimus, the Decepticon leader, greeted his ancient enemy. I see you've gathered your human pets aboard the Arkansas. How convenient. You gave your word, Megatron, Optimus replied. 48 hours for Earth to consider your demands. Did I? Megatron affected surprise. Perhaps I reconsidered after detecting Autobot reinforcements en route. The parameters of our engagement have changed. What do you want? Kane demanded, stepping into view. Ah, the human authority figure, Megatron observed with amusement. Director Kane, is it not? What I want remains unchanged, the Omnitrix and its bearer, surrender to me immediately. Not happening, Alex said, moving to stand beside Kane. The young hero speaks, Megatron's tone dripped with mockery. Consider your position carefully, Alex Mitchell. My warships are now in position to target Earth's major population centers. Surrender yourself, or watch millions die. You're bluffing, Kane challenged. A bombardment of that scale would render Earth uninhabitable. What would be the point of conquering a dead world? Who said anything about conquering? Megatron replied coldly. Perhaps I simply wish to deny Optimus another refuge. Perhaps I'm tired of your species' interference in our war. Or perhaps I simply enjoy watching worlds burn. You won't do it, Alex said with more confidence than he felt. Earth has resources you need. Energon deposits. Strategic value. Megatron's eyes narrowed. You presume to understand Decepticon strategy? Bold, for a child who's wielded our power for mere days. I understand you, Alex countered. The Omnitrix doesn't just let me transform, it lets me see into Cybertronian history, into your mind. You're many things, Megatron, but wasteful isn't one of them. A tense silence followed as Megatron studied Alex with newfound interest. Alpha Trion's work is even more insidious than I realized, he finally said. No matter. You have 1 hour to surrender the Omnitrix. After that, I begin with your hometown of Silver Creek. Then your state. Then your continent. The transmission cut abruptly. He's not bluffing, Kane said immediately. Our intelligence on Decepticon capability suggests they could indeed carry out orbital bombardment on that scale. Agreed, Ultra Magnus nodded. The Nemesis alone carries enough firepower to level several cities. With 5 additional warships. We need to evacuate population centers. Kane activated her communications. Get me the President and Joint Chiefs immediately. There isn't time to evacuate millions, Alex pointed out. Even if people believed the warning, the chaos would cause as many casualties as the attack. Then what do you suggest? Kane demanded. Surrender is not an option. We take the fight to him, Alex decided, the tactical knowledge from his commander form influencing his thinking. The Decepticons expect us to play defense, to scatter our forces protecting population centers. That's exactly what we shouldn't do. A direct assault on the Nemesis would be suicide, Ultra Magnus objected. Even with the Ark, we're outgunned. Not a direct assault, Alex clarified. A targeted infiltration. Get aboard, disable their weapons systems, and force Megatron to engage us directly rather than attacking Earth. That's. Kane began skeptically, then reconsidered. Actually tactically sound, if extremely high risk. It's our only option that doesn't involve massive civilian casualties, Alex insisted. And I'm the only one who can get close enough to the Nemesis without triggering their defenses. The stealth form, Optimus realized. With its cloaking capabilities. Alex nodded. Exactly. I can approach undetected, infiltrate their systems using the communications form, then disable their weapons. You won't be going alone, Miko declared, arms crossed in a stance that brooked no argument. Absolutely not, Alex and Kane said simultaneously. I wasn't asking permission, Miko replied stubbornly. I can operate the combat suit, and I've been studying Cybertronian systems with Ratchet. You'll need someone who can interface with both human and Cybertronian tech. It's too dangerous, Alex insisted. More dangerous than staying here when the Nemesis starts firing. Miko challenged. I'm going, Alex. Deal with it. Before Alex could argue further, Optimus intervened. Miko's skills may indeed prove valuable. And 2 infiltrators with complementary abilities have better odds than 1. Fine, Alex conceded, knowing that particular tone of Miko's meant further argument was futile. But you follow my lead, okay? Sure thing, Transformer Boy, Miko grinned, the nickname somehow both mocking and affectionate. They spent the next 30 minutes preparing. The stealth form could maintain its cloaking long enough to cross from the Ark to the Nemesis, but timing would be critical. Ratchet and Perceptor modified Miko's combat suit with additional stealth capabilities and Cybertronian interfaces. The Nemesis's shielding will prevent direct teleportation, Ultra Magnus explained as they reviewed the mission parameters. You'll need to approach using the aerial form, then switch to stealth before they can detect you. Once aboard, locate the main weapons control node here, Optimus highlighted a section of the Nemesis schematic. Disabling it will prevent orbital bombardment temporarily. And then? Kane asked the question everyone was thinking. Then we improvise, Alex said, checking the Omnitrix. But Megatron will be forced to engage us directly rather than attacking Earth. Which plays to our strengths, Optimus nodded approvingly. A sound strategy. As the others finalized tactical details, Professor Monroe pulled Alex aside. The real Monroe had been recovered from his office after Makeshift's deception was revealed, and had joined them on the Ark to provide his expertise on the Omnitrix. Alex, before you go, there's something you should know about the Matrix Protocol, he said quietly. I've been analyzing the data from Alpha Trion's cylinder, and I believe I understand its function. What is it? Alex asked, equally hushed. It appears to be a one-time power surge that would temporarily unite all 10 Cybertronian forms simultaneously, Monroe explained. A perfect integration of their abilities, plus the wisdom contained in the Matrix fragment. That sounds intense. It is, Monroe confirmed grimly. The energy requirements would be enormous. The Omnitrix would channel power directly from your organic systems to supplement its own. You're saying it could kill me, Alex realized. Monroe nodded reluctantly. The data suggests a significant probability of complete cellular breakdown. Alpha Trion designed it as a last resort for good reason. Why tell me this now? Because you need to understand what you're carrying, Monroe said. And because. He hesitated, then continued more firmly, because I believe in informed consent. This device has already changed your life irrevocably. You deserve to know the full extent of its capabilities and risks. Alex absorbed this sobering information, glancing at the Omnitrix. Thank you for telling me. I'll use it only if absolutely necessary. I hope it doesn't come to that, Monroe said sincerely. Good luck, Alex. The launch bay of the Ark was designed for Autobot shuttlecraft, making it cavernous for human occupants. Alex stood at the edge of the force field that separated the pressurized interior from the vacuum of space, Miko beside him in her modified combat suit. Ready? He asked her, voice tight with pre-mission tension. Born ready, she replied with forced confidence. Let's go kick some Decepticon tailpipe. Alex activated the Omnitrix, transforming into his aerial form. The helicopter-like Cybertronian body towered over Miko despite being one of his smaller transformations. Climb aboard, he instructed, kneeling to allow her easier access to handholds on his back. And hold on tight. Once Miko was secure, Alex signaled the bay operator. The force field rippled to create an opening large enough for his Cybertronian form. Beyond it, Earth gleamed blue and white below, while the dark shapes of Decepticon warships hung ominously against the star field. Launch trajectory clear, came Ultra Magnus' voice over comms. Good hunting. Alex stepped through the opening and activated his thrusters, propelling them away from the Arkansas. Space was eerily silent around them, the only sound Miko's breathing through her suit's comm system. The Nemesis is at your 2 o'clock position, Ratchet guided them. Approximately 5 kilometers. Maintaining emission control to avoid detection. Alex adjusted course, his Cybertronian optics easily identifying the massive shape of Megatron's flagship. It dwarfed the other Decepticon vessels, bristling with weapon emplacements and sensor arrays. Approaching detection range, Alex warned Miko. Preparing to switch forms. This might feel strange. Stranger than riding a helicopter robot in space. Miko quipped. Bring it on. When they were within 1 kilometer, close enough to see individual Decepticons patrolling the Nemesis's hull but still outside sensor range, Alex activated the transformation sequence. Blue light enveloped him, his form shifting from aerial to stealth. The transition happened smoothly enough that Miko maintained her grip, now positioned on the back of his sleeker, midnight blue stealth form. Cloaking activated, Alex confirmed, his voice a hushed electronic whisper in this form. The stealth transformation rendered him nearly invisible, only a slight distortion in space marking their position. They continued their approach more cautiously now, Alex using maneuvering thrusters to navigate around patrol paths. The Nemesis loomed larger and larger, its scale truly intimidating up close. We need an entry point, Alex murmured, scanning the hull. Preferably one without Decepticons guarding it. There, Miko pointed to a maintenance hatch near what appeared to be a communications array. Service access. Should connect to interior maintenance tunnels. Good eye, Alex acknowledged, adjusting course toward the hatch. They reached the hull without detection, magnetic clamps in Alex's feet securing them to the Nemesis's surface. The maintenance hatch was sealed with Cybertronian encryption. I can handle this, Miko said, extending a specialized tool from her combat suit's arm. Ratchet's decoder. While Miko worked on the hatch, Alex maintained vigilant watch, sensors scanning for approaching patrols. They were exposed here on the hull, cloaking technology notwithstanding. "Got it," Miko announced as the hatch released with a pneumatic hiss. "Let's move." They slipped inside, the hatch resealing behind them. The maintenance tunnel was cramped by Cybertronian standards, forcing Alex to hunch slightly even in his relatively compact stealth form. "Which way to the weapons control?" Miko whispered, her suit's integrated display showing a partial schematic of the ship. Alex's Cybertronian sensors detected energy fluctuations through the hull. "This way," he indicated, moving deeper into the ship. "Follow the main power conduits." They navigated the labyrinthine service tunnels, occasionally freezing as Decepticon personnel passed by on the other side of maintenance panels. The Nemesis was fully crewed, with hundreds of Decepticons operating the massive warship. 30 minutes until Megatron's deadline, Miko noted, checking her suit's chronometer. "We'll make it," Alex assured her, though his own confidence was wavering. The weapons control node was buried deep in the ship, and their progress was slower than anticipated. They reached a junction where the maintenance tunnel opened into a larger corridor. No cover, no alternative route. And worse, 2 Decepticon guards stationed directly in their path. "Now what?" Miko whispered. Alex considered their options. The stealth form's cloaking was good, but not perfect. Movement would be detectable to alert observers, especially in the well-lit main corridor. "I need to switch to infiltrator form," he decided. "It can mimic Decepticon appearances." "What about me?" Miko asked. "My suit doesn't exactly blend in." "The infiltrator form can project a holographic field," Alex explained. "I think I can extend it to cover you too, make you appear as a smaller Decepticon." "You think?" Miko raised an eyebrow behind her helmet. "Only one way to find out," Alex touched the Omnitrix symbol, transforming from stealth to infiltrator form. This Cybertronian body was silver and adaptable, with a featureless face that could reconfigure to mimic others. Alex focused, scanning the guards ahead and adjusting his appearance to match one of them, a bulky Decepticon with tank treads on his shoulders. Then, concentrating harder, he extended the holographic field to encompass Miko. "How do I look?" she asked. "Like a Decepticon scout," Alex replied, his voice now matching the guard he was impersonating. "Small but mean. Let's move with purpose, act like we belong here." They stepped into the corridor, walking with confident strides toward the guards. Alex kept his sensor systems at maximum sensitivity, ready to detect any suspicion. "Halt," one guard commanded as they approached. "Identification." "Payload and switchblade," Alex improvised, using designations he'd absorbed from Cybertronian historical records. "Maintenance detail for the forward weapons array." "Commander Starscream's orders." The guard's optics narrowed. "I wasn't informed of scheduled maintenance." "When does Starscream ever inform security of anything?" Alex replied with just the right amount of shared frustration. "You know how he is. Doesn't trust anyone but his own team." The guard seemed to consider this, then nodded grudgingly. "True enough. Proceed." They continued past the checkpoint, maintaining their pace until turning into another corridor. "That was too close," Miko muttered once they were out of auditory range. "Actually worked better than I expected," Alex admitted. "But we shouldn't press our luck. The holographic field drains energy quickly." They navigated through the ship's main passages now, encountering more Decepticons but managing to avoid suspicion. Following the energy signatures, they approached the ship's core, where the weapon systems were concentrated. "We're close," Alex said, checking a status panel on the wall. "Weapons control should be through that security door." The door in question was heavily reinforced and guarded by 4 elite Decepticons, each heavily armed and alert. "Our disguises won't get us through there," Miko observed. "They'll verify our identities for sure." "Then we need a distraction," Alex decided. "Something to draw them away from their post." Before they could formulate a plan, alarms blared throughout the ship. Red emergency lighting replaced the standard illumination, and the guards immediately tensed. "What's happening?" Miko whispered. "Proximity alert," Alex translated the Cybertronian announcement echoing through the corridors. "Autobot vessels approaching." "That wasn't part of the plan," Miko frowned. "Optimus was supposed to wait until we disabled the weapons." "Something must have forced their hand," Alex replied, watching as two of the guards ran toward the bridge, leaving only two at the security door. "Or it's our distraction," Miko suggested. "Intended or not. Either way, we need to move now." Alex assessed the remaining guards. His infiltrator form had limited combat capabilities, but surprise was on their side. "Follow my lead." He approached the guards, maintaining his disguise. "Security teams needed on Deck 7, he announced authoritatively. "Possible Autobot infiltration. We're here to secure the weapons control." The guards exchanged glances. "We received no such order," one replied suspiciously. "It just came through priority channel," Alex insisted. "Check it yourself if you don't believe me." As one guard turned to access a communication panel, Alex struck. The infiltrator form might not have the raw power of other transformations, but it was fast and precise. His arm extended, morphing into a stunner that discharged directly against the first guard's neural circuitry. The second guard reacted quickly, weapon powering up, but Miko was faster. Her combat suit enhanced her human reflexes, allowing her to leap forward and attach a small device to the Decepticon's chest plate. It discharged, temporarily scrambling his systems. "Nicely done," Alex commended as both guards collapsed. "Now let's get that door open." Miko accessed the security panel while Alex stood watch. "It requires command-level authorization," she reported. "I can't bypass it." "Let me try," Alex placed his hand on the panel. The infiltrator form contained specialized hacking capabilities, allowing him to penetrate the security system. "I'm in, but it's triggering internal alarms. We don't have much time." The massive door slid open, revealing a chamber filled with complex machinery and control stations. At its center stood a glowing column of energy, the primary weapons distribution node. "Cover the door," Alex instructed as he approached the central column. "This won't take long." He transformed again, this time to the communication specialist form. This Cybertronian body was slender with multiple data interfaces extending from its arms and torso. Alex connected directly to the weapons system, his consciousness extending into the Nemesis's network. The experience was disorienting, vast amounts of data flowing through his systems, security protocols attempting to isolate and eliminate his presence. But the Omnitrix granted form knew how to navigate Cybertronian networks. Alex pushed deeper, identifying critical command pathways and inserting disruption algorithms. "Alex, we've got company," Miko called urgently from the doorway. "Multiple hostiles approaching." "Almost done," Alex replied, voice strained from the mental effort of hacking the complex system. "Just need to lock out the override protocols." The ship shuddered violently around them as external explosions impacted the hull. The Autobot attack had begun in earnest. "Got it," Alex announced triumphantly, disconnecting from the system as warning lights flashed throughout the control room. "Weapons systems offline. They can't target Earth now." "Great, now we just need to get out of here," Miko said, firing her suit's weapons at approaching Decepticons. "Which might be slightly problematic." "Slightly," Alex agreed, transforming to his assault form for maximum firepower. "We need to reach an external access point. Once outside the ship, I can transform to aerial form and get us back to the Arkansas." They fought their way through corridors now filled with panicked Decepticons responding to both the Autobot attack and the weapons system failure. Alex's assault form cleared paths with powerful cannon blasts while Miko covered their rear, her combat suit proving surprisingly effective against Cybertronian opponents. The ship's shifting trajectory, Alex noted as they battled through a particularly crowded section. "They're moving to engage the Autobots directly since they can't fire on Earth." Mission accomplished, Miko said grimly, dispatching a Decepticon scout with a well-placed shot. Now we just need to survive it. They reached a maintenance bay near the outer hull, momentarily clear of enemies. Alex accessed a status terminal, checking their position. There's an airlock 2 levels down, he reported. If we can reach it. A massive explosion rocked the ship, sending both of them sprawling. Emergency force fields activated throughout the area as hull breaches opened to the vacuum of space. Change of plans, Alex said, helping Miko up. We're taking a shortcut. He transformed to his brute form for maximum strength, then smashed through the weakened bulkhead beside them, creating an opening directly to space. Emergency force fields attempted to seal the breach but couldn't form properly around his massive arm, keeping the opening stable. That's our exit, he told Miko. Your suit can handle vacuum for short periods, right? 30 minutes of oxygen, she confirmed. But the transition will be rough but quick, Alex finished. I'll transform to aerial form immediately. 5 seconds of exposure, tops. Miko nodded, securing her helmet seals. Let's do it. On 3. 1, 2, before he reached 3, another explosion tore through the bay behind them. Alex instinctively shielded Miko with his brute form's massive body as debris flew past. The force of the blast propelled them both through the opening and into space. The silent vacuum enveloped them as they tumbled away from the Nemesis. Alex fought to stabilize their trajectory, reaching for Miko, who was drifting slightly away from him. His massive brute fingers caught her combat suit's arm, pulling her close enough to secure. Alex activated the Omnitrix, transforming to aerial form as promised. The change was disorienting in zero gravity, but his thrusters stabilized them quickly. Miko clung to his frame, her suit's oxygen supply now actively counting down. Head, back, to Ark, Miko's voice came through his comms, broken by interference from the battle raging around them. Alex surveyed the chaotic space battle. The Autobot vessels, the Ark and 2 smaller ships that must have arrived as reinforcements, engaged the Decepticon fleet in a furious exchange of weapons fire. The Nemesis itself was turning to face the Autobots, secondary weapons still operational despite their sabotage of the main systems. We need to report success, Alex decided, adjusting course toward the Arkansas. Let Optimus know Earth is safe for now. They weaved through debris and weapons fire, Alex's aerial maneuverability proving crucial in the dangerous crossing. As they approached the Ark, he transmitted identification codes to prevent friendly fire. Ark Control, this is Omnitrix Aerial requesting emergency docking, he called. Mission accomplished. Nemesis primary weapons disabled. Acknowledged, came the response. Approach vector transmitted. Be advised, we are under heavy fire. The Ark's launch bay opened to receive them, defensive fields momentarily adjusting to allow entry. Alex transformed back to robot mode as soon as they were inside, setting Miko down gently on the deck. We did it, she said, removing her helmet once the bay repressurized. Her face was flushed with exertion and triumph. We actually pulled it off. Part 1, at least, Alex reminded her, transforming back to human form as the Omnitrix timed out. Megatron can't target Earth anymore, but the battle's just beginning. They made their way to the command center, where Optimus, Ultra Magnus, and Director Kane coordinated the Autobot defense against the numerically superior Decepticon fleet. Alex, Miko, Optimus acknowledged their arrival. Well done. The Nemesis's primary weapons are indeed offline. Megatron's furious, Kane added with grim satisfaction, indicating a communications intercept on one of the displays. He's ordered all ships to focus fire on the Arkansas. Which is exactly what we wanted, Alex noted. Earth is no longer in immediate danger. But we are, Ultra Magnus pointed out as the ship shuddered under another impact. The Decepticon fleet outguns us significantly. We've bought time, not victory. The tactical display showed the battle clearly, 5 Decepticon warships surrounding the 3 Autobot vessels, concentrating fire on the Ark as the primary threat. The smaller Autobot ships darted between the larger Decepticon vessels, causing damage but unable to turn the tide. "We need reinforcements," Kane said, accessing Earth-based communications. "I've ordered all available aerospace assets to launch, but conventional human weapons will have limited effect against Cybertronian shielding." "What about Division 7's anti-Cybertronian weapons?" Alex asked. "Could they be adapted for space combat?" "Possibly, but deployment would take time we don't have," Kane replied. Another hit rocked the Ark, more violently this time. Warning displays flashed across multiple stations. "Shield integrity at 60%, an Autobot technician reported. We cannot sustain this level of bombardment." Alex studied the tactical display, the commander form's knowledge flowing through his mind even in human form. The Decepticons had them surrounded, methodically wearing down their defenses. Standard tactics wouldn't work against such overwhelming force. "We need to change the parameters of the battle," he said finally. "Meaning?" Kane asked. "Meaning Megatron expects us to fight conventionally, ship against ship. We need to do something unexpected." Alex activated the Omnitrix, cycling through forms. "I'm going back out there." "That's suicide," Miko protested. "You can't take on an entire Decepticon fleet." "Not the fleet," Alex clarified. "Just Megatron. He's still the key to all of this. The Decepticons follow him out of fear and respect. If I can get to him, force him to engage directly rather than from his command deck." "You would challenge Megatron to single combat?" Optimus asked, understanding dawning. "Exactly. It's the one scenario he won't expect, the bearer of the Omnitrix coming to him rather than hiding behind Autobot protection. It's incredibly risky," Ultra Magnus warned. "Megatron has millennia of combat experience. But he's never faced anything like the Omnitrix," Alex countered. "And I have one advantage he doesn't, I understand his tactics from the inside. The Omnitrix has shown me his mind, his history." Kane studied him critically. "You're betting Earth's survival on your ability to defeat one of the most powerful Cybertronian warlords in history?" "I'm betting it on my ability to change the rules of engagement," Alex corrected. "Whether I win or lose the actual fight is secondary to drawing Megatron away from his fleet command. Because a Decepticon fleet without direct leadership will be less coordinated," Optimus realized, nodding slowly. "It could create the opening we need." "Exactly." Miko grabbed Alex's arm. "This is crazy. You're not going alone." "I have to," Alex said gently but firmly. "The combat suit isn't designed for extended vacuum operations, and I need to move fast and unpredictably." "Then take Bumblebee or RC with you," she insisted. "Megatron would never agree to meet me if I brought Autobot escorts," Alex explained. "This has to be one-on-one, or it won't work." Optimus placed a massive hand on Alex's shoulder. "Your courage honors us, Alex Mitchell. But understand what you're proposing. Megatron shows no mercy to his opponents." "I know," Alex nodded. "But it's our best chance. While he's focused on me, the Autobots can regroup and counterattack." After a moment's consideration, Optimus nodded. "Very well. We will prepare a tactical strike to coincide with your engagement of Megatron." "I'll coordinate with Earth forces," Kane added reluctantly. "If we time this right, we might just pull it off." Alex turned to Miko, whose expression remained stubbornly opposed. "I'll be careful," he promised. "You better be," she replied fiercely. "Because if you get yourself killed, I'll never forgive you." Alex managed a smile. "Noted." Then, on impulse, he leaned forward and kissed her briefly. "For luck," he explained, echoing his words from before. "You'll need more than luck," she muttered, but a slight blush colored her cheeks. Alex activated the Omnitrix, transforming into the commander form. This time, the transformation felt more natural than ever, his consciousness integrating smoothly with the Cybertronian systems. Open a channel to the Nemesis, he instructed the communications officer. Let's see if Megatron is willing to face me personally. The main view screen shifted to show the Decepticon leader, his expression darkening when he recognized Alex's commander form. The human who disables my weapons systems now wishes to parley. Megatron sneered. Your audacity continues to amaze, Omnitrix bearer. Not parley, Alex replied. Challenge. You against me, one-on-one combat. No fleet involvement, no Autobot interference. Megatron's eyes narrowed. And why would I agree to such terms when victory is within my grasp? Because you're Megatron, Alex said simply. Former gladiator of Kaon, who rose to power through personal combat prowess. Because your followers respect strength above all else. And because deep down, you're curious about the Omnitrix's true capabilities you can only fully assess by facing me directly. A calculated silence followed as Megatron considered the challenge. Finally, he smiled coldly. Very well, human. I accept your challenge. Coordinates are being transmitted. Come alone, or I resume my attack on your Autobot protectors immediately. The transmission ended, leaving the command center in tense silence. He agreed too easily, Ultra Magnus observed suspiciously. This could be a trap. Of course it's a trap, Alex acknowledged. But it's also an opportunity. Megatron's pride won't allow him to refuse a direct challenge, especially one that questions his combat prowess. The coordinates place the engagement half a kilometer from the Nemesis, the tactical officer reported. Within visual range but away from immediate support. Perfect, Alex nodded. Prepare the counteroffensive. When Megatron and I are engaged, strike at the Decepticon command ships. Optimus extended his hand in a formal Cybertronian gesture of respect. Until all are one, Alex Mitchell. Until all are one, Alex repeated the phrase, somehow knowing its sacred significance to Cybertronians. He made his way back to the launch bay, his commander form's tactical systems already analyzing combat approaches. Megatron was formidable, but not invincible. The key would be staying unpredictable, using the Omnitrix's transformation capability strategically rather than relying on raw power. As he prepared to launch, Miko's voice came through his internal comms. Alex? I've been thinking about what you said earlier. About what happens after all this. Not the best timing, Miko, he replied, though he welcomed the distraction from pre-combat anxiety. Just listen, she continued. Whatever happens out there, whatever you become with the Omnitrix, it doesn't change who you are to me. You got that? A warm feeling spread through Alex despite his mechanical form. I got it. Thanks, Miko. Now go kick Megatron's shiny metal butt. I'll be watching. The launch bay opened to space once more, and Alex transformed to his aerial form for the journey to the coordinates. The battle had shifted while they were inside the Ark, with Decepticon forces pulling back slightly, creating a clear zone around the designated meeting point. Megatron was already waiting when Alex arrived, hovering in space in his robot form, fusion cannon gleaming in the reflected light from Earth below. The bearer of Alpha Trion's grand experiment, Megatron greeted him as Alex transformed back to commander form. I must admit, you continue to surprise me. Few beings, Cybertronian or otherwise, would willingly face me in combat. Maybe that's your problem, Alex replied, maintaining distance between them. Too many eons without anyone challenging your perspective. Megatron laughed. And you believe yourself qualified to provide this challenge? A human child who's wielded Cybertronian power for less than a week. I believe the Omnitrix chose me for a reason, Alex said. Just as I believe this conflict can end without either of our species being destroyed. Noble sentiments, Megatron's voice dripped with mockery. Optimus has taught you well. But words mean nothing in the face of power. With that, Megatron attacked, fusion cannon firing a blast that Alex barely avoided. The battle was joined, both combatants maneuvering through the vacuum of space with precision that would have been impossible for ordinary beings. Alex quickly realized that despite the Commander form's capabilities, he was outmatched in direct combat. Megatron had millennia of experience and raw power that even the Omnitrix couldn't fully counter. Time to change tactics. He transformed mid-dodge, shifting to the faster scout form to increase maneuverability. The sudden change seemed to surprise Megatron, creating an opening that Alex exploited, landing a quick series of strikes before darting away. Interesting, Megatron noted, adjusting his approach. The Omnitrix allows mid-combat transformation. A useful trick, but nothing more. More than a trick, Alex replied, transforming again, this time to the sniper form. From greater distance, he fired precision shots that found gaps in Megatron's armor, causing the warlord to snarl in pain and frustration. The battle continued, Alex shifting between forms strategically, using the stealth form to disappear and reposition, the brute form to absorb powerful blows, the aerial form to maintain distance when needed. Each transformation kept Megatron adjusting his tactics, preventing him from settling into a rhythm. But Alex was still losing. The Omnitrix had limits, each transformation taxed his energy reserves, and Megatron was simply too powerful, too experienced. A devastating blow sent Alex tumbling through space, warnings flashing across his Cybertronian vision. Is this the best Alpha Trion's champion can offer? Megatron taunted, approaching leisurely. Parlor tricks and evasion. Alex stabilized himself, running internal diagnostics. The Commander form had sustained significant damage. Most of his other forms would fare even worse in direct combat. And the Omnitrix was warning of limited remaining transformation time, the rapid switching between forms had drained its energy faster than normal. He needed to end this quickly, one way or another. Looking beyond Megatron, he could see the battle had resumed between the fleets. The Autobots were pressing the attack, taking advantage of Megatron's absence from command. Several Decepticon vessels showed damage, their formations less coordinated than before. The distraction was working. Now he just needed to survive it. You know, I've been inside your history, Alex said, buying time for his systems to stabilize. I've seen Cybertron through your eyes. The injustice you fought against was real. Do not presume to understand my cause, Megatron growled. But I do understand it, Alex insisted. That's what the Omnitrix does, it gives me insight no other human could have. I understand why you rebelled. Why you formed the Decepticons. The corruption and stagnation you opposed. Megatron hesitated, suspicious but listening. What I don't understand, Alex continued, is why you became what you once hated. The oppressor rather than the liberator. The tyrant rather than the revolutionary. Power reveals truth, Megatron replied. When I gained the means to truly change Cybertron, I realized that gentle methods would never succeed. Some must be subjugated for others to thrive. And who decides who thrives? Alex challenged. You. Based on what criteria? Strength? Loyalty? The very system you rebelled against had similar arbitrary distinctions. Megatron's eyes narrowed dangerously. You speak of matters beyond your understanding. Actually, I understand better than most, Alex said. The Omnitrix doesn't just let me transform physically. It lets me see the truth behind the history. Including yours, Megatronus. The use of Megatron's original designation, from before the war, when he had been a champion of justice, visibly startled the Decepticon leader. Alpha Trion shared more than I realized, Megatron murmured, studying Alex with newfound intensity. Tell me, Omnitrix bearer, what do you believe the purpose of this device truly is? To create understanding between our species, Alex replied without hesitation. To show that humans and Cybertronians aren't as different as we might appear. We both seek freedom, justice, purpose. A convenient ideology, Megatron scoffed. But reality is rarely so accommodating. Reality is what we make it, Alex countered. You of all beings should understand that. You changed the reality of Cybertron through sheer force of will. And look what it cost, Megatron said, unexpected bitterness in his voice. A dead homeworld. Endless war. My kind scattered across the stars. It doesn't have to continue that way, Alex pressed, sensing an opening. Earth could be a new beginning. Not through conquest, but cooperation. For a brief moment, something shifted in Megatron's expression, a flicker of what might have been consideration. Then his face hardened once more. Enough philosophy, he snarled. This combat will be decided by strength, not words. Megatron lunged forward with renewed ferocity. Alex transformed to brute form, meeting the charge directly. Their collision sent shockwaves through space, metal striking metal with devastating force. The battle intensified, Alex cycling through forms rapidly now, pushing the Omnitrix to its limits. When the brute form took too much damage, he switched to scout for mobility. When Megatron adapted to his speed, he transformed to stealth and repositioned. Each change bought seconds, but Megatron was relentless, learning and adapting. A crushing blow caught Alex during a transformation, sending him spinning away, systems failing. The Omnitrix symbol on his chest flashed urgently, warning of critical damage and imminent shutdown. A valiant effort, Megatron acknowledged, hovering over Alex's damaged form. But ultimately futile. The Omnitrix will be mine, and your world will follow. Alex's tactical systems analyzed his situation, critical damage to multiple systems, Omnitrix energy reserves nearly depleted, no remaining strategic options within standard parameters. Except one. The Matrix Protocol. Monroe's warning echoed in his mind, a significant probability of complete cellular breakdown. A last resort when all other options were exhausted. Alex looked past Megatron toward the ongoing battle. The Autobots were fighting valiantly but gradually losing ground. Earth gleamed vulnerable below them. Miko, Monroe, everyone he cared about, their fate hung in the balance. If ever there was a time for a last resort, this was it. You're right about one thing, Megatron, Alex said, his damaged vocal systems creating static in his words. This ends now. He focused on the Omnitrix symbol on his chest, accessing protocols buried deep within its programming. Cybertronian glyphs appeared in his vision, ancient symbols connected to the matrix of leadership. Matrix Protocol, activate, he commanded. The Omnitrix pulsed once, then erupted in brilliant blue energy that engulfed Alex completely. Pain seared through his systems, organic and mechanical alike, as the device drew power from his very cellular structure to fuel the transformation. When the light faded, Alex stood transformed, but not into any form Megatron had seen before. This form combined elements of all 10 Cybertronian transformations, integrated into a harmonious whole. Blue energy coursed through seams in its armor, and at its center, where the Omnitrix symbol had been, glowed a miniature matrix, identical to the one carried by Optimus Prime. By the all-spark, Megatron breathed, genuine shock in his voice. Alpha Trion, what have you done? Alex felt different, his consciousness expanded beyond normal parameters. The wisdom of ancient primes flowed through him alongside his human perspective, creating something entirely new. Power unlike anything he'd experienced suffused his systems, yet remained perfectly controlled. I offered you understanding, Megatron, Alex said, his voice resonating with harmonics that carried through space itself. Now I offer you choice. End this conflict peacefully, or face the combined power of humanity and Cybertron united. Impressive theatrics, Megatron snarled, though uncertainty showed in his stance. But ultimately just another transformation to overcome. Megatron attacked with full power, his fusion cannon unleashing energy that would have destroyed any normal opponent. Alex raised a hand, and the blast stopped mid-space, contained within a field of blue energy. This isn't just another transformation, Alex explained calmly. The Matrix Protocol integrates the wisdom of the primes with human adaptability. It shows what our species can accomplish together instead of in conflict. He moved with impossible speed, appearing beside Megatron before the Decepticon could react. A single touch sent the warlord tumbling backwards, systems temporarily disrupted by the Matrix energy. Impossible, Megatron growled, stabilizing himself. No power should be able to challenge you. Alex finished. That's always been your blind spot, Megatron. The belief that power alone determines destiny. Alex extended his awareness, connecting to the Cybertronian vessels battling nearby. Through the Matrix protocol, he could sense every Autobot and Decepticon, their sparks shining like stars in his expanded perception. Enough, he declared, voice carrying to all Cybertronians in range. This conflict ends now. With a gesture, he created a field of energy that immobilized the combatants, freezing the battle in place. Ships hung suspended, weapons fire halted mid-trajectory. What is this? Megatron demanded. What have you done? Shown you what true unity can accomplish, Alex replied. The Matrix protocol doesn't just combine Cybertronian forms, it represents the potential of our species working in harmony instead of opposition. A temporary display, Megatron scoffed, though with less conviction than before. No human could sustain such power. You're right, Alex acknowledged, feeling the strain already building in his systems. The Matrix protocol was indeed burning through his biological energy at an unsustainable rate. This power comes at a cost. But sometimes, sacrifice is necessary to show a better path. Alex expanded his awareness further, connecting with the Ark's communications system. His voice and image projected to Earth's leaders, who had been monitoring the space battle with growing dread. People of Earth, Cybertronians of all factions, he began, feeling time growing short as his human cells began breaking down under the strain. What you witness is both an ending and a beginning. For too long, the war for Cybertron has consumed worlds and lives. Today, it stops. He turned to Megatron, who watched with uncharacteristic silence. Megatron, you began your journey seeking justice for your people. Remember that purpose. Earth offers a chance for Cybertronians to build anew, not as conquerors, but as allies. The age of empire building must end, for both our species' sake. To the humans watching, he continued, and to my fellow humans, we are not alone in the universe, nor should we wish to be. The Cybertronians bring knowledge, technology, and perspective we can learn from, just as they can learn from us. Fear will only lead to more conflict. Understanding is the path forward. The strain was becoming unbearable now, warnings flashing across Alex's consciousness as his organic cells began failing under the Matrix protocol's energy demands. He had minutes, perhaps less, before complete system collapse. But it would be enough. As proof of my conviction, Alex declared, I offer this demonstration. He released the energy field holding the combatants, but before combat could resume, he channeled the Matrix energy outward in a massive pulse that washed over all Cybertronian vessels. Where the energy touched, damaged systems began to repair, weapons powered down automatically. What have you done? Megatron demanded as his own damage miraculously repaired. Given everyone a reset, Alex explained, voice weakening. A chance to choose differently. The Matrix energy has temporarily neutralized all weapons systems and repaired critical damage. No one needs to die today. Optimus Prime's voice came through the shared communication channel, Alex speaks wisdom beyond his years. This conflict has cost us too much already. Today, we have been shown another way. Pretty words, Megatron snarled, but reality remains unchanged. My forces still outnumber yours. Numbers aren't everything, came a new voice, Director Kane, transmitting from Earth. While you've been focused on this battle, Earth's governments have unified. We stand ready to ally with the Autobots against any who threaten our world. Choose carefully, Megatron. The Decepticon leader looked from the planet below to Alex, then to his fleet and the Autobot vessels. For once, the calculus of power wasn't clearly in his favor. A temporary setback, Megatron finally said. I will withdraw, for now. But this isn't over, Omnitrix bearer. The war for Cybertron spans millennia. Today is but one battle. Maybe, Alex acknowledged, systems failing faster now. But it's an important one. The first where we chose understanding over destruction. Megatron transformed to his jet mode. Until we meet again, he said, before accelerating back toward the Nemesis. On his command, the Decepticon fleet began to withdraw, engines igniting as they broke orbit. The immediate threat averted, Alex felt his grip on the Matrix protocol slipping. The transformation had taken too much from his organic systems. Even as victory unfolded around him, he could feel his consciousness fading. Alex. Miko's panicked voice reached him through the Ark's communications. Your life signs are critical. You need to deactivate the protocol now. Can't, he managed, the Matrix energy fluctuating around him. One-time use. Burned too many bridges. Hold on, Optimus commanded, approaching rapidly in vehicle mode. We're bringing you aboard. Alex's vision began to fragment, consciousness flickering. The last thing he saw before darkness claimed him was Earth rotating peacefully below, Decepticon ships retreating into deep space, and the Ark moving to intercept his failing form. Then nothing. Awareness returned slowly, in fragments. Voices first, distorted as if underwater, cellular degradation stabilized, but the integration is unprecedented. Human and Cybertronian components fused at the quantum level. He's stabilizing, but he's changed. Then sensation, the feeling of lying on something firm but comfortable. The subtle hum of machinery. The warmth of a hand holding his. Alex opened his eyes. He was in the Ark's medical bay, surrounded by monitoring equipment both human and Cybertronian in design. Miko sat beside him, her hand gripping his, dark circles under her eyes suggesting she hadn't slept in some time. Hey, Transformer boy, she said softly, relief flooding her features. Welcome back to the land of the living. How long? Alex's voice sounded strange to his own ears, slightly resonant, with subtle harmonic undertones. 3 days, Miko replied. You had us pretty scared. Alex tried to sit up, immediately noticing something different about his body. It moved correctly but felt altered. Looking down at his hands, he saw what appeared to be human skin, but with faint, nearly invisible circuit-like patterns beneath the surface. What happened to me? He asked, though part of him already knew. The Matrix protocol accelerated the hybridization process, came Ratchet's voice as the medical officer entered the bay. Your cellular structure is now approximately 30% Cybertronian in composition. Still predominantly human, but evolved. Evolved, Alex repeated, processing this information. Am I stable? Remarkably so, Ratchet confirmed. The Omnitrix appears to have integrated permanently with your physiology. It's no longer a device on your wrist but part of your cellular structure. Alex looked at his wrist where the Omnitrix had been. The device itself was gone, replaced by a circuit-like pattern in the shape of its original dial. Can I still transform? He asked. We believe so, Ratchet nodded. Though I'd advise against attempting it until you've fully recovered. The Matrix protocol pushed your systems to their absolute limits. The medical bay doors opened again, admitting Optimus Prime, Ultra Magnus, and Director Kane. It is good to see you awake, Alex Mitchell, Optimus said warmly. How do you feel? Kane asked, her usual professional demeanor softened by what appeared to be genuine concern. Different, Alex admitted. But not bad different. Just, more. The Matrix energy has changed you on a fundamental level, Ultra Magnus explained. You are now something unique in our shared history, a true bridge between our species, as Alpha Trion intended. And Megatron? Alex asked. The Decepticons? Withdrawn beyond our solar system, Kane reported. Our long-range tracking shows them regrouping near Mars, but they've made no aggressive moves since your intervention. And Earth? How are people handling everything? Kane almost smiled. Better than expected. Nothing unites humans like an external threat. The revelation of Cybertronians has actually accelerated international cooperation. The UN is establishing a new agency specifically for human-Cybertronian relations. With Optimus Prime as the official Autobot ambassador, Miko added. Turns out people find him very trustworthy. Who knew? Optimus inclined his head slightly. I have accepted this responsibility with humility. The path forward will not be easy, but it is promising. And what about me? Alex asked the question weighing most heavily on his mind. What happens now? The leaders exchanged looks, suggesting this had been a topic of considerable discussion. That depends largely on you, Kane said finally. Your unique status makes you invaluable to both human and Cybertronian interests. Division 7 would welcome your expertise, as would other agencies. But you are not obligated to any predetermined path, Optimus added firmly. The power you wield comes with responsibility, but how you fulfill that responsibility must be your choice. Alex absorbed this, looking down at his transformed body, then to Miko beside him, then to the leaders awaiting his response. I think. He began slowly, I think Alpha Trion was right. The Omnitrix was meant to create understanding between our species. And that work is just beginning. He sat up straighter, decision forming. I want to help build something new. Not just coexistence, but true cooperation between humans and Cybertronians. A future where we learn from each other instead of fearing each other. A worthy ambition, Ultra Magnus approved. But first, Alex continued, I need to understand what I've become. Master these new abilities. Figure out my own limits. You won't do it alone, Miko said firmly, squeezing his hand. Whatever weird techno-organic thing you are now, you're stuck with me. The warmth of her support gave Alex confidence he'd previously lacked. In that case, Director Kane, Optimus. I'd like to propose something. A joint human-Cybertronian research and response team. Small, adaptive, focused on building bridges rather than defenses. Kane raised an eyebrow. Go on. We need a group that can handle situations involving both species, Alex explained, ideas flowing more naturally than before the transformation. Cultural exchange, technological collaboration, and yes, crisis response when needed. Not military, not purely scientific, somewhere in between. An interesting proposal, Optimus said thoughtfully. Such a team could indeed serve an important function in this new era. I'd want Miko involved, Alex continued. And Professor Monroe. People who've already proven they can work across species lines. And Bumblebee, Miko added. I've gotten pretty good at translating for him. Kane considered this. I'll need to consult with the appropriate authorities, but it has potential. Especially with you as a living example of human-Cybertronian integration. Then it's settled, Alex said with newfound conviction. Once I'm recovered, we start building bridges. 2 weeks later, Alex stood on a hillside overlooking Silver Creek, his hometown now forever changed by the events that had transformed not just his life but humanity's relationship with the universe. Below, construction crews worked on a new facility, the first official human-Cybertronian collaborative research center. Penny for your thoughts. Miko asked, approaching from behind. Just thinking about how much has changed, Alex replied. 3 weeks ago, I was worried about college applications. And now you're a techno-organic ambassador with alien transformation powers, Miko nodded. He transformed back just as smoothly, returning to his mostly human appearance. Still getting used to it, but Ratchet says I'm making excellent progress. Monroe's team has been analyzing your cellular structure, Miko informed him. They think your hybridization might be the key to new medical technologies. Cybertronian repair systems adapted for human physiology. One more bridge between our species, Alex nodded. Speaking of which, how are the preparations coming for our first official mission? On schedule, Miko reported. Bumblebee and RC are already at the site. The cultural exchange program starts next month, first group of human scientists visiting the Ark, first group of Autobots touring human cities. And Megatron? Miko's expression grew more serious. Still out there. Long-range sensors tracked the Nemesis to the outer solar system, but they've made no aggressive moves. Director Kane thinks they're regrouping, planning their next move. They'll be back, Alex said with certainty. Megatron doesn't give up that easily. No, Miko agreed. But next time, we'll be ready. Earth and Cybertron together. She took his hand, his slightly altered, partially Cybertronian hand, without hesitation or discomfort. The simple gesture meant more to Alex than she could know. You never did answer my question, he said after a comfortable silence. About what happens after? Between us, I mean. Miko pretended to consider this. Well, I was planning to date a normal human boy, maybe go to college, have a boring life. She grinned. But I guess I'll settle for the techno-organic superhero instead. Alex laughed again. I'll try not to disappoint. See that you don't, Transformer boy, she replied, leaning up to kiss him properly this time. As the sun set over Silver Creek, casting the construction site below in golden light, Alex felt a sense of purpose and possibility he'd never known before. The Omnitrix had changed him, inside and out. Earth had changed, humanity had changed. And whatever challenges lay ahead, Megatron, the integration of two vastly different species, his own evolving nature, he would face them not alone, but with allies from two worlds. Alpha Trion's vision of a bridge between species had begun with the Omnitrix falling from the sky on a quiet camping trip. Where it would lead remained to be written, by human hands, Cybertronian servos, and whatever he had become in between. The adventure was just beginning. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.